100. Sunday, all the action is today. We've got racing pretty much all the way through the schedule for you. So, big day for us today. My name's Nick Schreiber. 6 years above the racetrack. Today, the first race for you today is our winter formula race. 2 drivers, Edward Kennedy and Cole Madero. Edward won the race yesterday after incident disabled his car and caused him to retire early. So, absolutely electric. Passing back and forth between the 2 drivers. They are teammates, so we know that they probably had a good talk last night. We'll see how it goes today. The pace car is pulled down pit road, and the starter has a green flag in his hand. There we are, green flag for race number 2 for the Winter Formula Series, the 55. Edward Kennedy on the inside, the 54 on the outside. Single file. Edward Kennedy leading the duo into turn number 3. Inside goes Cole Madero. Is he able to make it stick? He's going to have the outside for turn 4. No. Bounce back. Making their way down the short chute to turn number 6. Kennedy defends the inside. They're looking for a way around. Nothing there. Tough place to pass for them as they exit turn 7 down to the hairpin, turn number 8. This time it looks like Cole may have been able to get an inside run there. Will he make it into the braking zone? No, he will stay behind. No, he will make it in. So a pass for the lead. Is Edward able to make the over-under? He is. So Edward Kennedy able to defend that attack from Cole Madero on lap number 1. Now has about 3 car lengths as they go down the banking into the road course sections of turn 10, 11, 12, and 13. Tricky passing area here, so we typically don't see too much. So as long as all the cars stay tidy on the exit, and they do, lap number 1 is going to be controlled by Edward Kennedy in the 55. About 3 car lengths between them as they go into turn 1 on lap number 2. Turn 3 and 4. Kennedy's still leading by about 3 car lengths as they head down the short chute to turn number 6. No change as they exit turn number 7, heading towards the hairpin. We'll see if Madero's able to mount a little bit of a comeback here. He's fallen a bit behind the 55 Edward Kennedy. Gonna need to make up some ground if he wants to have a passing opportunity through the hairpin. 7 and 8 onto the banking, 8 and 9, excuse me. And then they're going to drop off the oval into the road course for turn number 10. The gap seems to be growing for Edward Kennedy. 6 car lengths now. And as they cross the line for lap number 2, Edward Kennedy continuing to grow that lead. Now over a second between him and Cole Madero. We saw a similar situation to this yesterday. Cole was a bit further back after an early mistake in turn 2 and was able to close the gap. So we'll see if he has it here. Oh, and a mistake from Kennedy. And Cole Madero's going to go by. Now Cole Madero has the lead by about 8 car lengths. A big swing there after a mistake from Kennedy in turn number 4. And now as they go through turn 6 and 7, Cole Madero, the 54 machine, is going to have a big margin. It's Kennedy's turn to make up some ground now, but again, we saw how small mistakes could affect them yesterday. See if Cole can keep it tidy for the next couple of laps and hold on to this lead throughout the session. now into the road course section. Kennedy's been able to kind of stabilize that gap after the mistake, so it doesn't look like any problems with the car. We'll see if this lap he can get it back together, close that gap. But now officially, Cole Madero is your leader on the timing charts as they head into turn number 1. Nice and tidy for both of them through turns 1 and 2. Down the hill into turns 4 and 5. This is where Kennedy made his mistake last time, but looks to be very clean this time through. Gap stays about the same, 10 car lengths for Cole Madero right now in the 54 over the 55. Turn 13, everyone's staying nice and tidy. Cole Madero leading another lap over Edward Kennedy, so splitting the first 4 laps of this race. Edward Kennedy leading the first 2, Cole Madero leading the last 2, but the gap is closing. Kennedy is able to make up a little bit of ground so far. See if he's got enough time to close that gap and get to the back bumper, or should I say gearbox, of that 54 machine. Currently leads. Turn 7, the gap only about 6 car lengths now. So the gap, I think, is cut in half after that turn 4 mistake. Kennedy able to pull in a little bit of ground, maybe using some of the slipstream offered for these couple of straightaways that we have here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Banking into the road course section, 11, 12 and 13, looking clean, but that gap is close. 1.2 seconds last time by. Let's see what it is this time when they cross the stripe. 0.53 seconds. 0.7 seconds Kennedy has found over Cole Madero so far on just that lap alone. So, as we continue on, I think Madero may be feeling the pressure a little bit now. Edward Kennedy has come back and closed the gap in a big way. He's all over the mirrors of Cole Madero. With a good exit of turn 6. Kennedy not going to be close enough to make a move into turn 8 here, hairpin. But a good exit from Kennedy could allow him a chance to fall the inside going into turn number 10. Let's see, how's the run look? No, not quite enough. It's going to remain too big of a gap unless he makes quite the heroic move into turn number 10. I wouldn't expect it this early in the session. We still have 16 minutes to go. No need to press the issue. Just stay close. Have those opportunities ready. Turn 13, even tighter of a gap this time. Still not close enough to make an attack. We are down to 0.3 seconds at the timing stripe. Inching ever closer. I think patience is a good strategy for Edward Kennedy right now. No need to press the issue. Wait for the perfect opportunity. A lot of time left in this race. Turn 6, a crucial one. Madero with a good exit. Make it tough for Kennedy to close that gap. It's only about 2 car lengths now as they work their way towards turn number 8. Kennedy able to close up a lot of ground in the braking zone. Madero, better exit, able to pull a little bit of a gap. Should be safe for one more trip through this road course section. The exit for both cars at turn 13. Gap about the same as they make their way across start-finish. Now working lap number 8 in this 25-minute session. Outside trying to get around Colmadero. Nothing there at the moment through turns 3 and 4. But he's close enough to make an attack. We'll see. Will he try into turn 6? No, not quite close enough. Colmadero getting a great drive out of turn 6 the last couple of laps. Able to keep the gap there. Makes it easier to defend going into turn number 8. Drops one wheel, really pressing hard in the road course section to stay up close to that rear gearbox. Colmadero still leading this race. No changes there. Is Kennedy able to make a move into turn 3? No. Colmadero defends. Good spot to defend as turns 3, 4, and 5 fairly tight. But now on the way to the short chute, Kennedy has a run. Closing the gap, looking to make a move, going to the inside. And Kennedy up the inside. No defense from Colmadero, and he is going to take over the lead. So Edward Kennedy, now your leader. Does Colmadero strike back quick, or is he patient and waits for it? Kennedy defending, going to the inside. Colmadero on the outside. And Kennedy's going to hold on through turn number 8. Can Cole get a better run? Maybe make something happen into turn 10. He's looking to the inside, thinking about it, and he's going to go. Colmadero back to the front, trying to make a move into turn 10. Can he make it stick? This is where he had an incident yesterday. He does. Colmadero able to hold off an attack from Edward Kennedy on this lap. After some great side-by-side actions, we'll see the gap going to be about 2/10, 3/10. As Colmadero is going to continue to lead. Kennedy to the outside, thinks about it in turn 1. Defends turn 2, goes to the inside. Kennedy with the over-under. He's going to get there. He's inside. Working through turn 3, he's got the pass made. Kennedy now back to the front. Can he get a good run through turns 4 and 5? There he goes, Kennedy. Good exit. Colmadero not quite close enough. So through turn 6, Kennedy will retain the lead this time. Madero about about the same exit from turn number 7 as they go down into turn 8. Looks a little too far for a gap, for a move to be made. Can Madero get a good run out of 9 onto the banking? No, a little bit of a gap for him there. Kennedy able to put the power down a little bit sooner. A little bit of breathing room for him as he goes into turn number 10 now. Both cars tidy as they get onto the front stretch here. And the 55 of Edward Kennedy will retake the lead officially. Back foot again. About a 3-car length gap between the two. Gonna have to work again to get back to that rear gearbox. Really pull up close to make a pass. Turn 6 and 7, Kennedy still holding a lead, maybe a little bit bigger now, 5 car lengths. Working their way around. Good exit from both drivers. Gap's going to remain the same on the backstretch. Turns 11, 12, the exit at 13, onto the banking, everything looking clean. This time by the gap. 0.614 seconds, 0.6 of a second between the two. Kennedy just ran his best lap of the race, a 128.183. Just under 8 minutes to go in this session. Kennedy holding strong. They're so equally matched, obviously driving identical spec cars, as you can tell by the liveries on these. Not much between these two drivers right now either. Good exits onto the back straightaway. Coming down into turn number 10 again. A more high-speed, drama-filled area of the track. Tidy exits for both of them as Kennedy continuing to lead with Cole Madero close behind. Gap does not change. 0.6 of a second between the two. Kennedy has really found his groove. Back-to-back personal bests, making it tough for Cole Madero to close the gap. But he's done it before. We already saw it once in this race and once yesterday. So it does not mean this is over yet. Still 6.5 minutes in the session. Can Cole Madero find some time? Will Kennedy make a mistake? Both of them very clean through turn 6 and 7. Good runs down to turn number 8. Both of them good exits at turn 9 onto the back straightaway again. Like I said, they've both found their rhythm. They've been putting down personal best after personal best. No mistakes at all. They are in their zone right now. tighty through 13. A little bit of an improvement from Colmadero, slightly closer this time by 0.4 of a second, so 0.2 down. We'll see if he can continue to close that gap consistently, get close enough to make a pass. Working through turn 4 and 5. They're still too far to make a move, but closing ever so slightly, it looks like. See how turn 6 and 7 go. They've both been really good through this section. Yeah, both of them. Nothing between the two drivers right now. They are equally matched. The car is running equally as well. It is truly a shootout between these two. And no one has given up an inch as they go down into turn number 10. Oh, and a spin. Colmadero spins. Similar to what we saw yesterday in our winter formula race. See if he's going to be able to get the car moving, or again. But Edward Kennedy keeps it clean, crosses the line. He's now way ahead. Colmadero able to get that car moving again, but is now going to be 30 seconds back, maybe more, from Kennedy. So after an incredible race, lead change after lead change, pass after pass, Edward Kennedy survives as Colmadero crosses the line 27 seconds back with 3 minutes to go. Unless Edward gives him a favor and decides to slow down, it is his race. He can put it on cruise control and bring it all the way home. Such a similar incident to what happened yesterday in our winter formula race. Colmadero goes off in almost the exact same fashion. He's pushing a little too hard in turns 10 and 11. Car got unsettled, ended up in the grass. This time he was able to get going. Yesterday was unable to get the car restarted. But yes, hands the lead over to Edward Kennedy again. Almost a frame by frame repeat of yesterday. And getting close to the end of the session. I see the starter has the white flag in hand. We'll be seeing the last lap very soon, maybe this time by. Lap time. Definitely tell Edward Kennedy has put it a little bit on cruise control, not pushing nearly as hard. Over a second back from his personal best on that last one. I think this one will be about the same as the starter waves the white flag. Edward Kennedy passes underneath it to start his final lap. 13 turns to end up winning race number 2 of our Winter Formula Series. Keeps it on track. He is good to go. Colmadero working his way around, just exiting turn 13. He will take the white flag as well. Is Edward Kennedy working his way down the longer of the two short chutes into turn number 8, through the hairpin, turn 9 onto the banking. Smooth sailing for them. Edward Kennedy will come down off the banking for one last time into turns 10 and 11. Makes it through clean. Turns 12 and 13 back onto the front straightaway. The checkered flag is waving, and Edward Kennedy in the number 55 will win race number 2 of the Winter Formula Series here at the FARA Miami 500. Colmadero still working his way through. Turns 11. And Colmadero finishing up, crossing underneath the line. 28 seconds behind after that mistake in turn 11. Well, a great race from the Winter Formula Series. Stay tuned. Coming up next, we have the Super Lap Series, and then our Prototype and GT race. Those are our next 2 sessions you're going to see on track. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from Homestead Miami Speedway.
right, folks, with 8 minutes to go here in the Super Lap Series, their first session of the day, Corey O'Mara and the number 18 SL3 machine is on top in that category, followed by Trevor Baldwin, who has yet to put a lap down. You know, Baldwin, one of the mainstays of the Super Lap Series in the SL3 category. Interesting, he has not put down a lap yet. So far in the SL5 category, you got the number 8 of Avik Kong, fastest lap of 145.577. 4.8 seconds clear of Gabriel Albon with the number 113 machine. And rounding out the SL5 class of 55 of Sharik Thomas. In SL4, David Chenor on top with the 141.543. Not far behind is Tony Fucini, the number 47 Miata, with a 142.040. So separated by less than half a second. And then Max Garbus 1.9 seconds back in the SL4 category at 143.448. And unfortunately, I don't think, at least for this session, maybe later today, we'll get round 2 between the Porsche and the Honda if you were with us yesterday.
Yeah, it was a great battle. Them going back and forth, kind of showing off the ways cars make their lap times. You know, the Honda was great in the corners. The Porsche was fast on the straights, and you could just see the way that they would open and close gaps between each other. And yeah, that was a fun little battle to watch there for a couple of laps.
Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, yesterday, I believe it was the 3rd session of the Super Lap Series on Homestead Miami Speedway. The SL1 of Alex Zovinsky, and he was in the Porsche. He was in a silver Porsche, and then you had the, what was it, the gray Honda? Who was it? Edinburgh? What was his name again?
Oh, Eberhard.
Eberhard, excuse me. Yeah, Eberhard. Yeah, Eberhard was in the Honda. Zielinski was in the Porsche, and I mean, Nick mentioned it here. I mean, Zielinski, he was pulling away on the straightaways in his Porsche, but then you had Eberhard just catching up closer and closer in that Honda. And our director here, he noticed that. He's like, wait a minute, is that a Honda catching a Porsche? And we all just looked at that, and then, you know, what ensued after that was probably the greatest rivalry in racing history. Hopefully we get to see another round of that later on in the day. The next time the Super Lap Series will be out on track. Let's go all the way to 3:35 for their next session of the, actually, correction, 11:30 later today, just after the second race for Formula FARA. Here in this session, O'Mara put down a new personal best, 149.431. He stays on top of the SL3 charts. Tony Fucini went faster as well. He takes the top spot away from Chenor in the SL4 class, a 140.727. So he gaps the number 61 by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, Tony Fucini's been putting in some great laps, pretty consistent ever since coming back from our Black Flag All after a little incident in the early goings of this session. It's been smooth sailing. And Tony Fucini, our fastest car on track right now, actually, in that number 47 Mazda Miata. So we'll see if anyone else is able to pick up the pace, but as of right now, the Miatas reign supreme in the Super Lap Series, at least for this session.
And that should be it for the session. Checkered flag is out. So, in SL5, it is Avi Kong now, who is in that category with a 145.513. Gabriel Albano is second, Mike Moore third, and then Sharik Thomas at fourth. Then we already mentioned Fucini, the leader in SL4. David Chenor in second, Max Garbus in third, and then now Trevor Baldwin is listed as the only SL3 car, but he did not put down a lap. So they swapped us. So that is going to do it for the Super Lap Series. Coming up next, the 3rd race of the weekend for prototypes and GTs. The cars are out on the track, and it'll be their 3rd race of the weekend coming up. All right, folks, race number 3, the field in the hands of the 129. Let's go racing at Homestead. Field dives off into turn number 1. Everyone jostling for position. And something that I noticed that is a little bit different. A few less classes here compared to at least last month for the Race of Champions. So normally what would happen on these starts is the number 4 is going to get a big run on the outside, but he's going to have to surrender that position 4 now. One thing that I want to mention is that, you know, normally they kind of split the groups up into 2. The slower cars in the back, they will start really now if we're going off of timing. And then the faster cars, obviously they started, but this time they have all of them grouped together, probably because there's a few less classes here for the Miami 500 as opposed to other weekends, but that is something interesting. It allows the session to go by a little bit quicker, and it brings everyone a lot closer, which means lap traffic, in theory, wouldn't play as much of a factor because they're not starting as far behind.
Yeah, I think that smooths things out a little bit, especially for our front runners. And speaking of front runners, a couple of cars missing that you may have heard about yesterday. The 68, David Twatty, and the 72 of Sam Toffick and Dennis Trebbing did not make the grid this morning. We don't anticipate that anything is wrong with the cars. We think they may be keeping the cars fresh for this afternoon's endurance race, the Miami 500 itself. An hour and a half, or hour and 15 minutes of endurance racing for our prototype cars in the afternoon. So, as we complete lap 1, the 129 is going to continue to lead.
Yeah, Miguel Angel Marcano, the lone contender in the GT1A category, finished 3rd yesterday in the first race for GT1A, and is the only contender in GT1A, so he will take home the victory for this race. But yeah, 72 with Toffick and Trebbing not in this race, and Twatty. You know, we talked about it. They're probably keeping the cars fresh for the endurance race that'll happen later today.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the score sheet, the next car behind the 129 is the 08 of also Miguel Angel Marcano, but the junior. So I'm thinking there may be a father-son leading the race right now. GT1A for Miguel Marcano Sr. and GT2A for Miguel Marcano Jr. Right behind them, though, there is a battle brewing in the GT1B category. The number 4 of Manella and Collins is being chased down by the 4X, Michael Coquad, and the 91 of Rosario and Rodriguez. All 3 of them in the GT1B category are running just about nose to tail.
Yeah, the GT3 category as well. You got the 46 of Jill Urso. Only it has a 9/10 of a second lead over the 112 of Oswar Ramos. So when we come across the start-finish line, we'll see where these guys are. Manella coming across the stripe. He has a 1.7 lead now over Michael Coquad. How about this? Jose de las Casas, who was all the way down in 3rd in the GT3 category, he overtakes both Ramos and Urso in that opening lap and opens a 2-second advantage over the 112.
Yeah, some great work there. I think he started further back in the field as well after not having great finishing results in race number 2. The order for these races is set by your finishing position from the previous race. So after qualifying, those times really aren't that essential. Everything goes by finishing position of your previous race. So you had to start a little bit further back than you probably would have liked, but a strong start for Jose de las Casas in that 55 machine, working his way to the front of the GT3 field.
Battle for the GT5 category is heating up. It's the 800 of Team Sawinski being hounded down by the 18 of Adrian Miner. Only 8/10 separate those two, and you add an extra 4/10, you'll find 3rd place, the number 256 of Alejandro Garcia. 1.2 seconds between 1st through 3rd in that category. Nick, that battle in GT5 is heating up.
Yeah, definitely a close one there. Those are a lot of your more common street cars that are converted over to race cars, not necessarily sanctioned cars like many of these other classes are. So they are a little bit slower, but I think a lot of them enter because of the opportunity to do the endurance race. I think that's a big appeal to a lot of drivers, and they love to come out and do those longer sessions. Looking at the front, though, I just saw the 4 of Manella and Collins passing the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. So now he's put a little bit of a gap between the 4 and the 4X. Got a little bit of a buffer for that GT1B race that we talked about earlier.
Sawinski now is lead down to 0.8 of a second. Well, timing score just updated now, so Sawinski's gap is now actually extended to 2.4 seconds. So the 800 put down his fastest lap of the race. He found something in some part of the racetrack to where he just exploded his lead to such a wide margin in the GT5 category.
Yeah, during the race yesterday for GT5, we saw Sawinski break out to a big lead, and then something happened. We didn't get to see it on camera. We weren't sure if there was an incident or maybe some mechanical issues with that car, but they ended up handing the win to the 256 of Alejandro Garcia, out of nowhere seemingly. So very interesting to see how that's going to shape out today, if that car has been, any issues have been remedied, and if they'll be able to continue.
Justin Levine just made a move on Coycott for the second spot going to turn number 1. The Manella and Collins machine has opened their lead to 2.6 seconds. Justin Levine in that bright neon green Porsche right now heading off into turn number 6. He's going to chase down the 4 Manella and Collins, but he is open his lead pretty considerably, and really besides one slow car in front of him, well, I say slow, that actually, well, now there's going to be a slow car in front of them as they hit lap traffic. The only car in front of him is the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano in the GT1A category. Other than that, he's pretty much got clear track.
Yeah, you mentioned that green car, Justin Levine, 47. That was the fastest car by lap time in GT1B in yesterday's race, but it retired early, only completing 9 of the 14 laps that the rest of the cars in that class did. So started further back, working his way through. I wonder if he has the pace to close that gap and catch the number 4 of Manella and Collins.
Well, Manella's hitting a lot of slow cars here on the track. The good news is most of them are on the straightaway, so he should be able to get by them pretty quickly with that extra horsepower. As Levine just splits the slower traffic coming across the start-finish line. 1.9 seconds now, so he's cut the gap by almost a full second, and he sailed it off into turn number 2, gaining a bunch of ground. The gap only looks to be about 5 to 6 car lengths.
Yeah, the 08 has really been mixing it up with the 4. They've been going back and forth, and I think that's hurting that lap time potential of the 4 car, allowing the 47 to close back up. They're similar in pace, but I think the cars get it done a little bit differently throughout the track. Like we talked about during the Super Lap series, you know, power versus handling. Just feels like the 08 might have a little bit more power, struggles in the corners compared to that 4 machine.
I want to continue to talk about this battle because that's the 129, the GT1A of Miguel. He is really off the pace at the moment. I thought he was going to pull away from this GT1B category, but he's actually holding up the 4 Manella and Collins, and that has allowed Justin Levine to really close the gap. Now, the 129, that extra horsepower, he pulls away on the straightaway, but I don't know if something is wrong with the 129 at the moment because he looks really slow. I mean, maybe he's just backing it up because he's the only driver in that category, but I mean, yeah, that is what's causing the 4 also to lose a ton of time to this 47. He's there. He's all over the back bumper.
Yeah, the 47 has caught up. I didn't even realize that. That was a great catch. The 129 is the one that's causing the issues. And yeah, the 47 has gotten right back into the race because of it. Maybe now with seeing the 4 pressuring him a bit, the 129 will pick it up. Just ran his fastest lap, 132.2. So hopefully that trend continues and will allow that GT1B battle to develop.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder if the 4, maybe he's a little bit confused at the moment also, but I mean, if you're the 4, you want to shot this win, you got to find a way to get by this 129. I mean, in theory, he's in a faster category, but again, that 129 is really holding him up at the moment.
Yeah, best lap-wise, they're almost a second slower than the 4. So the 4, much more pace, almost a second and a half slower than the 47's best lap so far. So both of those cars, the 4 and the 47, have the pace to get around the 129 right now. The 129 continues to just kind of be in the way a little bit as they go too wide through turns 8 and 9, holding everyone up just a little bit with some of that slower traffic. I think they're catching the GT5 leader there. I think that's the 800 they just got by.
I thought Levine was going to take it too wide, dab it to the inside of turn 8, but he tucks in behind the 4 for now. I mean, that's also the thing here. You got to find your passing zone as well on this racetrack, and really just got to judge how much the 129 is holding up to the 4, and I think that's what the 47 is thinking about at the moment. Thinking if he can get a good enough run coming out of these corners and just sail it off into one of them, because, I mean, you know the 4 is getting held up at the moment, really ever since Levine has got within 4 to 5 tenths. He hasn't been able to do anything to get by this week.
Yeah, it's been really tough now that he's caught them. I think just a combination of the 4 being a little defensive and the 129 just kind of being off their typical pace and coming back to those GT1B cars, really slowing everything up as they work through more lap traffic on the short chute on their way down to turn number 6.
Well, you mentioned in the GT5 category, Team Sowinski surrendered the lead to Alejandro Garcia. That gap is only a tenth of a second between the 256 and the 800. So we got close battles in multiple categories for this race. Of course, we've been talking about the GT1B category, but in the GT5, it's starting to heat up as well.
I think I see our GT5 cars. They're on the short chute into turn number 8 right now. And it's probably about 20 car lengths, a pretty long distance from the multicolored 256 back to the black 800 as they go through the hairpin. But there is a slow car just at the exit of turn 9, moving up the track, strangely. Maybe they will work their way down now that they've got a gap in the traffic. But the outside of the track, not where you want to be in that section. So hopefully, yeah, there they go. They made it down to the bottom.
I wonder if that's going to bring out a caution. I mean, he's really, really slow. I don't think he's going to be able to even get to the escape route, let alone get to pit road. He is really slow.
Yeah, that is slow moving. Looks like that car is disabled. Hopefully not dropping oil the whole way if it's an engine problem. We saw yesterday one of the GT3 cars, the 66.
Yeah, Mike Leo.
Yeah, ended up dropping a lot of oil. And they had to do a little bit of cleanup on pit road. So we'll see how far that car can roll back into the pits, if they can make it to a cutout there maybe on the road course section.
Things are going to get a little bit dicey. You got 2 faster cars going through that section, and they get through pretty good. He might be able to make it to pit road after all.
Yeah, car's still rolling. It almost looks like it's in gear, but he doesn't have the throttle. Like he can't accelerate. So it's just idling in maybe first gear or second gear to get all the way back.
And he's going to make the left-hand turn on the pit road, so that should literally right in front of the leader. So thankfully, everything is averted in terms of danger for now. And once he comes down to pit road, we get a better visual. We'll get to tell you exactly who that is. Meanwhile, the battle for GT1B still separated by about a few car lengths. Justin Levine peaks to the inside going to turn 1. But the number 4 still holding strong for that lead. Levine just can't find a way to get around that 4. And the 129 is starting to open a gap between himself and the 4 as well. So not exactly holding up the GT1B category for now, at least.
Yeah, good to see he found a little bit of pace, was able to put a gap there, let that race develop behind him. We'll see if the 47's able to get it together. They ran a very fast lap earlier on in the race, but have not had the same pace since. A 130.7 for Justin Levine, which is clear of the number 4 of Manella and Collins by 0.7 of a second on best lap time. So, in theory, that car should be able to catch up and get by, but for whatever reason, maybe traffic becoming a factor, not able to get right back to that back bumper and find a place to pass.
Yeah, I saw them trying to get through traffic over by turn 7, and the 4 Manella and Collins just got by it a lot better than Levine. Now, Levine's been able to close the gap. I think he's got a little bit of extra speed on the straightaway, but Manella's been doing a much better job working his way through the traffic and through the corners. That has allowed him to stay ahead of the 47. But Levine, he's starting to catch up once again. Here he goes to the outside. Thinks quick. Manella quickly shuts the door to cut him off. Here they come out of turn 15. This is the closest these two have been for much of the race, separated by about 1 to 2 car lengths. The 4 gets a much better run than the 47. Levine thinks to go to the inside, and the 4 once again just not close enough to make a move.
Yeah, once again we saw traffic kind of get in the way of that move. Levine really kind of had an opportunity since the 4 was hung up, and 4 slammed the door, even with traffic in the way. Was not willing to give up that position just yet, but now, even closer as they exit turn 5, it'd be a pretty heroic move to make a dive into turn 6 from that distance, but we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, and they'll go single file through there. So the 4 is going to continue to lead the GT1B class through turn 6 and 7.
GT1B class, 5 drivers in that race. And these two have really separated themselves from the rest of that category. The 4X of Michael Koikad, 11.9 seconds behind these guys. Now, if these two get together and, you know, they ruffle some feathers and possibly even spin, I mean, that allows the 4X to get right into this race. And with how Levine, I mean, he's peeking to the inside. He's thinking about making moves. He thought about making a move on the outside of turn 13. So if desperate times call for desperate measures, as Levine really backs off the pace going into turn 11, and that's going to allow the gap between himself and the 4 to open up by possibly even it's about 5 car lengths. Now starting to close just a little bit as we hit more lap traffic, but not sure exactly what happened with Levine going to turn 10. He was really off the pace going to that corner.
Yeah, definitely slower through that road course section than we had seen from Levine. And now with traffic ahead, turns 3, 4, and 5, the Florida roller coaster are going to be a little bit tricky for them to work their way through. I think patience is going to be key here for both of them. It's just so hard to pass through there. As they both go up the inside of some of the slower lap traffic down into turn number 6. Nowhere for Levine to go, but right on the back bumper as they exit turn 6 and go through turn 7.
Yeah, with 7 minutes to go in this session. I mean, still plenty of time to make a move, but as you know, here in racing, I mean, these minutes will quickly disappear. We are already more than halfway through this session, and I mean, at some point, if you're the 47, with how close you've been to that 4, I gotta imagine he's getting a little bit frustrated behind that number 47 car, thinking, just need one opportunity, I need one mistake from the 4, and then I can just take this lead.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for a gap. I don't know if he's just a little off his pace from his best laps from earlier or whatever it may be, but catching a car is one thing, getting past them is another. So I think we're seeing a good example of how tough it can be to pass right here as they come out of turn 13.
4 gets a little bit of a better run than the 47, but I mean, these two are so even right now. The times, Levine was 0.3 faster that lap, but again, he's faster, but he just really can't do anything with it.
Yeah, gets a little caught up in turn 2 with traffic too, so the 4 catching some lucky opportunities, able to make it by traffic in better spots where it doesn't affect the lap time as much. So as of right now, the 4 keeping control of that battle pretty handily.
Not a lot of other battles on the track at the moment. In the GT3 category, Jose de las Casas with a commanding lead over the 46 of Gil Urso. In GT4, Marco and Rick have cleared themselves from the rest of the pack. And even in the GT5 category, we talked about how close that battle was. Well, Garcia's opened his lead now to 11 seconds over Team Sawinski. And in GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. with a 30-second lead over James Hammond.
Yeah, seeing some big spreads from the other groups. So really the the GT1B battle is the one that we're watching, separated by 0.4 last time by. that's going to be the most action I think we're going to see from the group right now.
Yeah, and everyone's been pretty clean. No spins at the moment with less than 5 minutes to go here in this session. The 47 thought about going to the inside of the 4, but he backed out of it at just the last second. And that is the second time he's tried to make a move in turn 14. Not really known as a passing zone at that part of the racetrack, but he's at least tried to make it that twice now today. First on the outside, now on the inside. I mean, at this point, if you're the 47, you couldn't do it the first time, you couldn't do it the second. His third time the charm, Nick, because I can see, just by the way he's driving that car, that he's really frustrated. Probably feel like he's being held up by this Ford car. I got to imagine the next move he makes, so he's going to try to make it stick.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know if that's the spot to do it. That corner is so tricky to pass in, and you end up, if you make the pass work and you do end up getting ahead, I feel like you give up so much speed, especially if you take the inside line. Your exit onto this front straight just gets ruined. I think looking for a better spot, somewhere like turn 8 or turn 9, is going to be a much better option. If he's able to find that pace, looking to go to the inside, not able to get through there, the 47 trying to find any spot to get by. But the 4 just seems to be quicker around the rest of the track, or at least the same pace. It's really the road course section where the 47 has found that advantage.
And I think that's why he's trying to make that move in that section, is because that's where his car is the strongest. So he's probably thinking they're so even in the other parts of the track that the only way he's going to make a move is, well, the part of the track where he's the best at. There he goes again, a really high exit out of turn 15, and he's going to lose a ton of time to the 4. Now separated by well over half a second. Almost a full second, 9/10.
Yeah, got caught up in traffic. That was our GT5 leader there that he was held up by. So unfortunate that the gap opened, but looks like charging back hard through turns 1, 2, and 3 so far. I think that gap has already come down from the second we saw it start-finish line.
And with just over 2 minutes to go in this session, time is running out for the 47 to make a move and possibly get this win. Looking at the rest of the grid, Jose de las Casas still leading in the GT3 category. GT1A, so that the lone contender Miguel Angel Marcano, who is ahead overall as well. Marco and Rick on top in the GT4. GT2B, Larry Gills on top. GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in the lead in the number 08 car. And a GT5, Alejandro Garcia. The gap between himself and Sawinski has closed now to 18 seconds. It was around 30 not too
Armani, I'm going to interrupt you. The 47 has finally got his nose on the inside, exiting turn 9, and now going for the move into turn 10. Fully cleared of the 4 as they enter the road course, but the 4 is going to fight back on the inside into turn 11.
Oh, wow, and he made it stick.
He did. Wow, what a move. We've seen it tried there a lot this weekend with not great success, but the 4 able to make it work, defends that attack from the 47. Man, the 47 got a great run out of turns 8 and 9. Really thought they had enough room, but the 4 was not willing to give up that position yet. A great defense of that attack.
Well, what I think it was is that the 47, he got his great run, but because he was on the inside, his line was compromised going to turn 10. Couldn't get the apex he wanted. And the 4 said, you know what, I'm going to back it off a bit, sacrifice my entry, and then really hammer it down on corner exit because I got the apex advantage, and that's exactly what happened. That's how he was able to pretty much clear the 47 as soon as he lost the, and just as quickly as he lost the lead, he took it right back.
Yeah, and the white flag is waving right now. We are on our last lap of this race, so if there's going to be another opportunity. Now is the chance. The 47 closing a little bit on that back straightaway. Are we going to try see the same move tried? Looks like he's moving to the inside.
Gotta run. 4 shuts the door. Dust kicked up between the two. The 47 is going to try it again. He gets a huge run side by side coming out of turn 10. The 47, he's going to clear the 4 this time, not give him any opportunity, and he'll have the advantage. Just going through a little bit of lap traffic. Last lap for GT1B. One car spun around over at turn number 7. I believe that is Jose de las Casas. We'll get confirmation, but out of turn 15, The 129, he is going to win the overall. And in GT1B, a tight battle. It is going to come down to the 47 taking the win over the 4. Patience, or lack thereof, pays off at the end for Justin Levine, who takes the win from Michael Manella. Wow.
Great finish in GT1B. Wow, the 47 made a great move. Almost a picture-in-picture exact replica of what we saw the last lap, but this time, I think an even stronger run out of turns 8 and 9. Was able to clear a little bit more, and I think they were both a little compromised on the entry because of the lap traffic, and that's what sealed the deal for the 47. So a great GT race there. And the 256 just crossing the line. That's your GT5 car, and they are going to be your winner again. So the 256 of Alejandro Garcia is going to win GT5 with a strong margin over the 800 of Team Sawinski as they finish 19 seconds behind Alejandro Garcia in GT5.
So that was in the 55 of Jose de las Casas that spun. He just crossed the stripe in the wins. GT3, that is the number 77, who is still stopped. That is Marco and Rick, the leader of GT4, spun out in turn 7 on the last lap, and he is still there on the racetrack. Has not been able to get the car rolling, and did he just get out of his car?
Is that what?
Yeah,
It's possible. It looks like he is out of his car.
no one has come across, I haven't seen anyone come across a stripe yet in GT4. Yeah, that is the 77.
Yeah. But that is going to hand the win over to the 32, Carlos Villasana.
Wow.
So, because of that stall, spin, whatever happened over there with the 77, the 32 is going to take the win.
Wow. Keep in mind, he had a 52-second lead. Was going to comfortably take the win, but something happened with that 77 where he just spun in turn 6 and 7, and the car wasn't able to go. He literally got out of the car, and he's walking over to the, it looks like over to the ambulance.
Yeah, I think that's the closest worker to him, not crossing the track. So interesting how that all unfolded there. Glad everything played out safely.
Well, we're going to have to get that situated before we get going here for Spec Miata. But yeah, like you mentioned, that's going to hand the GT4 victory to Carlos Villasana. A heartbreak for Marco and Rick in the number 77 car. Still, the car is stopped over by turn 7. The safety crew's starting to get back there. The tow truck going to tow that car back on the pit road. That's going to do it for race 3 for Prototype and GTs. Coming up next, we have the Pro Spec Miata, their first race of the weekend, not counting the shootout, of course, coming up in just a few moments. All right, folks, welcome back here to Homestead Miami Speedway, Sunday edition of the Miami 500 weekend. As we get ready to kick off the first race of Pro Spec Miata, not counting the 15-minute shootout yesterday, of course. We'll read off the starting lineup for this race. Christian Mayer on pole position, the number 134 after winning yesterday's race. He is joined alongside Frankie, but also the number 48 on the front row. Starting third, the number 101 of Michael Fountain, and fourth, the number 74, Rob Bailey. Starting fifth, the number 55 of Center Smith, and starting sixth, the number 68 of Mike Leo, even though on his car is the number 69. There's like a million 69s on the track, don't ask me. Brian Iota is 7th, 8th is Kalen Kinley, 9th is Mark Kinley, and 10th is Joseph Saddington. Grayson Knoll is 11th, Macy Urso is 12th, Camden Brown is 13th, and Luis Boistani is 14th. That is your Spec Miata grid as the field goes through NASCAR 3 and 4. The field in the hands of yesterday's winner, Christian Mayer. Frankie Barossa, your defending Pro Spec Miata Series champion. How is this all going to shake out? We got 25 minutes to figure it out. Green flags in the air. Let's go racing in Miami.
Great start from Christian Mayer and Michael Fountain on the inside row. They're going to clear Frankie Barroso. And now the 55 of Center Smith even making a look, but Frankie's going to go in deep, hold that spot, and try to go around the outside of Michael Fountain. Try to get back to that second position. Tough position to be in right here, going through turns 3 and down in turn 4.
Yeah, but also he surrenders the third spot. Now he's got the preferred line coming out of the Florida roller coaster. Side by side for third position. That is between, but also, and looks like Bailey as well. And Bailey's got a little bit of help on the outside, but also he's going to hold out strong. Going into turn number 6, he's got that preferred inside the line. Both of them are still side by side coming out of turn number 7. And Christian Mayer, he is setting sail for that race lead. He's going to try to sweep the weekend, do what Preston Pardis did last month at Homestead Miami Speedway for the Race of Champions.
Yeah, Center Smith got a good run out of turn number 7 there. Now he's going to be in front of Frankie Barroso in third. So we've got Christian Mayer, Michael Fountain, and Center Smith holding third right now. Frankie Barroso not ready to give it up, and he's got Rob Bailey in the 74 car right on his back bumper, ready to start pushing. I think they're going to be able to get around the 55 pretty easily here, but Bailey not able to pull up to the back bumper quite yet, so maybe Frankie will take the 55 to the front instead.
Yeah, those two are going to work together, but also did not get a good start. Dropped down to 4th for this race, but up front it is still the 134 of Christian Mayer leading the charge. You got the 101 of Michael Fountain, and then Center Smith, Frankie, but also working together, diving off into turn number 1. You want to be careful with your drafting. Remember, these guys draft pretty much coming out of turn 9 all the way back into turn number 1. So you got to be careful, really not to just shove the guy you're pushing into turn 1 and then you cause him to go off track. And I mean, we saw it even last month with the Race of Champions. Some tempers can be flying here with these Miatas.
Yeah, easy to go a little bit too deep into turn number 1 when you're bump drafting. It's such a fast corner when you go around the banking compared to using the road course like we've seen with the other groups today. Changes the corners completely. Turns 1 and 2, you have to let off, have a little bit of break to get through turn 1 and turn 2, rather than going flat out like many of the other classes do here.
But also gets by Center Smith. It looks like Smith went into the grass coming out of turn number 7, kicked up a cloud of smoke, but everything is good for now. Moved the 48 up into the 3rd position. And I got to wonder, maybe Barroso's thinking he's better off being pushed rather than pushing Center Smith.
Yeah, we'll see if Frankie slows up a little bit at the exit of 9 and comes back to him. He doesn't. He's going to go full speed ahead, not waiting for a bump draft, trying to do it alone. Yesterday we saw a similar group of cars here, Center Smith, Mike Iora, Rob Bailey, and Mike Leo. They were kind of the 3rd pack, running 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They were not able to work together, so maybe using some of that knowledge from yesterday, knowing those guys aren't able to draft quite as well, and now he's going to go by himself, try and get back to Michael Fountain in the 101 car, that 1.6 liter.
one thing that's really interesting, we got the number 169. He almost pulled it through. Oh, we got a spinner! We got a spinner going into turn number 2. And we've got another car coming off the track as well. And we might have a third in the process. I believe that was Brian Iona, the 19 machine, spun going into turn number 2. He avoids hitting anyone at the moment. But we got 2 cars off the track. I talked about it earlier where you mentioned it. You don't want to push these guys going to turn 1. And I think just a bad push caused Brian Iota, the number 19. Looks like he got really tight or something happened. Still in the grass.
Yeah, he's going to take the exit road there and try and get back on track on the backside. It looks like another car over there. Is that a black Miata with a yellow top? That could be Mike Leo as well. I think the 169 was involved. There was a little bit of contact there. So we'll see how that all shakes out as they get back on track, get moving again. But the front 3, not affected by it.
Yeah, I was afraid that, he spun. So like Brian Iota, he spun going into turn 1, went to the inside, and then the car just shot up the track. It looked like he was going to collect maybe 1 or 2 other Miatas in the process. Thankfully, everyone was okay, and even Iota, he escaped. Well, maybe besides some brown in his pants, he escaped with no damage to that race car.
Yeah, I looked back on the stream here just to double check. I don't think there was any other contact other than the initial contact that caused the spin. We are seeing that there is still a standing yellow in turn number 1. So maybe there is a car stop where we can't see just out of frame. They also have the surface flag out, so I'm thinking some dust got kicked up there as well.
Well, the rest of the field is coming across the stripe. We'll be able to tell you exactly. Yes, Brian Iota was one of those cars, and I believe it was, like you mentioned, Mike Leo, as Luis Boistani did not start the race. So, yeah, it looks like it is still Mike Leo who is, stopped out on the track. Brian Iota was able to get off onto the safety route, but yeah, we had an incident in turns 1 and 2. The 19 of Brian Iota spun, and the 68 of Mike Leo looks like tried to avoid a guy in the grass and has not been able to get back going. It has been a rough week so far for that 68 of Mike Leo. Had problems yesterday in the practice and qualifying session, and now with an issue here in the first race of the day for Pro Spec Miata.
Yeah, tough weekend so far for sure, but now we've got Rob Bailey in 4th, Kalen Kinney in 5th, Todd Burris in 6th, Mark Kinley in 7th. Center Smith, who we saw battling for 3rd for a while there, dropped all the way back to 8th position now after that little mix-up through turns 1 and 2. He's got a lot of work to do to try to get back to where he was on the racetrack earlier in this race.
You know, one thing that I'm noticing, Nick, is that no one's really bump drafting at all. I mean, you got maybe 2 cells right now, and they're trying to draft with each other, but I mean, the top 3 are separated by pretty much 1.5 seconds each. And even going back here to the cell of cars from 4th to 6th, you got the 74, you got the 169, you got the 17. I mean, these guys, in 17 looks like they're going to try to make no, they're going to back off before going into 1. That is Kalen Kinley, but not a lot of guys are drafting. And even before that incident, I mean, you saw guys going 2, even 3 wide. So that's really interesting. No one is really trying to bump draft to possibly get closer and possibly make some positions.
Yeah, it's been all single file action, but no bump drafting. A lot of gaps between them. My anticipation is that we're going to see the 169 of Todd Burris, who has moved his way into 5th position, get up to the back bumper of Rob Bailey and use Rob Bailey as a helper to try and get closer to Frankie Barroso in 3rd and Michael Fountain in 2nd. Michael Fountain looks to be slowing a little bit, maybe waiting for Frankie, hoping that if they work together, they can catch Christian Meyer, who has led this entire race so far, wire to wire, as we continue on here, exiting out onto the banking for turn number 9.
And you mentioned that pretty well, yeah, but also it's all over the back bumper of Michael Fountain. Now, they got a little ways to go to get to Christian Meyer. Last time by, Meyer had a 1.9 second lead over Michael Fountain. And I think Fountain realized that he wasn't going to be able to catch him all by himself. So he backed up pretty healthy amount. He was 1.5 seconds ahead of Frankie Barroso. So the two of them had gotten together. You're really going to see the power of the draft. when it comes to getting up to the 134 of Christian Meyer. 2.3 seconds is the gap between first and second. Honestly, I thought it'd be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I think Michael gave up so much time to get back to Frankie and to make that draft work, but I think the draft is going to pay dividends. They'll be able to close that gap pretty quickly. They worked well together in qualifying. We saw them making their moves and doing the best they could. I did anticipate the 169 and the 74 working together to work their way back up, but the 74 has pulled into the pits. So Todd Burris out there does not have any help unless Kalen Kinley comes along and is able to push him, get him closer to the duo of Barroso and Fountain.
Well, that duo, Barras and Kinley, are not that far from each other. Kinley only about one car length behind Barras, so I imagine that Barras, he's going to back it up a bit to allow the 17 to do a little bit of bump drafting and possibly turn, which we anticipate to be a 3-car battle for the lead, to even a 5-car battle. However, they got a long ways to go. The gap is about 13 seconds behind Mayer, so I mean, they got a long ways to go, and they got 10 minutes left in this race to make it happen. So we know the draft is powerful as Rob Bailey comes off of his pit stall and will head back out on the racetrack. He was running inside the top 10, and now he's going to drop towards the back of the field. And I really want to see what this bump draft is looking like in terms of making enough time for Michael Fountain and Frankie Barroso. Here comes Mayer across the start-finish line, and we'll see second and third come across as well. And they have actually lost ground to the 134, 2.5 seconds, so they've lost 0.2 of a second this time.
Yeah, not able to get by, but Frankie decides to trade off and move in front of Michael Fountain. I think he's going to go solo trying to catch Meyer. I don't think he's going to wait around. I think he realized the 1.6 wasn't working well enough in the draft on that lap, and he said, if I have any chance of getting back to the front, it's going to be solo.
Yeah, Frankie, he's pulling away from Michael Fountain as well, so yeah, I think he's going to try to get the job done himself. You know, Frankie, usually someone who's getting pushed, doesn't really do a lot of pushing. I think he tried to make it work with Fountain, but Fountain just probably not good enough in terms of getting pushed, and Frankie was like, you know what? Credit to Frankie as well. He figured it out pretty quickly. You know, sometimes some of these drivers, they might think, you know what, I'll give it another lap, I'll give it a second one, see if it works. But Frankie said, no, first time was not the charm. I got to go get this lead and get this win now. And either you're going to push me or I'm going to leave you out to dry. So Frankie Barroso doing everything he can and not a lot of patience, but credit to him because he understood that, well, not a lot of time is left in this race. We still got about 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, Frankie looks like he slowed just a little bit for Michael to get back to him, so he's going to get pushed. I don't know if the 1.6 is going to have the muscle to really pull up to the back bumper and make that draft work, but so far it looks pretty good as they're exiting the oval turn 4 there. Michael Fountain tipping his nose out, get some air over the radiator.
2.3 seconds now.
A little bit of a change there. They were able to pick up about 2/10.
Got to give credit to Christian Mayer as well. He has been doing a great job holding off the 48 and the 101. I mean, again, with the draft being so, I'm just surprised the draft isn't as strong as it would normally be. I mean, yesterday in qualifying, you saw differences between tenths, almost a full second, making up for that qualifying and pole position. But so far in this race, it hasn't really mattered much.
No, the draft is very helpful, but it does take two to tango. If you don't have a good drafting partner, if you're not getting hooked up and exiting corners at the same speed, it's not nearly as effective as you'd think. And I think that there's just a disconnect between Fountain and Barroso right now and their ability to get connected and use the draft effectively. And that's causing them to really not make up a ton of ground on the 134. Even behind Burris and Kinley, they've been working together, but have lost a lot of ground. They were 13 seconds back when we first talked about it, now 18 seconds back from Myers. So even them working in the draft, no effect there. It just doesn't seem like they're able to match each other well enough to really get the full advantage of the bump draft around these bankings.
Well, look at the 48 and the 101. They're not even connected going into turn 3, so I think that has a lot to do with it. They're just not getting bumper to bumper in time. And while they're shaving off a few tenths, they should be shaving off a little more. As a matter of fact, they shaved off nothing that time. The gap opens up to 2.6 seconds. So you mentioned it. It takes 2 to tango, and right now, it's just not working for anyone.
Yeah, it's really not, unfortunately. The 1.6 being behind is always a tough one. The 1.6 is so susceptible to engine temperatures and where it sits in its power band and its fuel maps. So I think it pushing, being really hot, is causing some problems for Michael Fountain. He's probably backing off a little bit in the infield to get extra air through the radiator, cool that car down. That engine just, older technology, it's from the first couple of years of the Miata. It doesn't quite have the ability to withstand those water temperature changes and still make power, unfortunately.
So right now, Christian Mayer is still up front. Frankie Barroso is second. Michael Fountain is third. Todd Barras holds on to fourth, and Kalen Kinley rounds out the top 5. In 6th, you got Center Smith. 7th, you got Mark Kinley. 8th, you got Joseph Saddington. 9th, you got Grayson Nolan. Rounding up the top 10, you got Macy Urso. And then just outside the top 10, you got Camden Brown. 12th, you got Rob Bailey. 13th, you got Brian Iota. 14th, you got Mike Leo. And 15th, who did not start the race, you got Louis Boistani. 3 cars have had some semblance of issues. Brian Iota and Mike Leo went off the track. Rob Bailey had to bring it on the pit road and pop the hood open before coming back out on the track. As a matter of fact, Bailey just came across the stripe himself, and he's actually in danger of going a lap down to the leaders.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso working by himself that time, able to pick up 4 tenths on Christian Meyer, down to 2.2 seconds. There's only 4.5 minutes left, though, so I think he's got to do a little bit more than the 4 tenths at a time to close that gap. But a small mistake for Meyer, maybe some issues getting by Bailey. The lapped car could help out the second and third place cars, but right now Christian Meyer in a comfortable spot. Not in too much danger as far as I can tell.
Well, Meyer coming out of turn number 5 did go in the grass a bit, so he picked up some smoke. And I wonder, we just mentioned we got about 4 minutes to go, now under 4 minutes. Rob Bailey, he is not far behind Christian Mayer. I wonder, is there going to be lap traffic that's going to hold up this 134, and maybe, well, if you're Frankie, but also you're hoping that he holds up the 134 and you got a shot at the win.
Yeah, I think that's Frankie's best chance. Like we saw, only 4 tenths of a second gained with 2 or 3 laps remaining. You're not going to close up a 2.2 second gap by my math. So hopefully the traffic holds up with the 134 for Frankie Barroso. It could be the opposite, though. Christian Meyer could be able to use a little bit of that slipstream from the 74 to extend his lead. So it just depends on where they run into traffic. A little too far back to get any effect from it right now. But if he closes the gap to Bailey on this next lap, could be a useful little air pusher for Christian Meyer to extend that lead even more.
Well, you said 2 tenths isn't going to be enough. 1.8 seconds now is the gap between Meyer and Barroso. So Frankie Barroso, he is really starting to catch up to Christian Meyer, and with 2.5 minutes to go, there is an outside shot at this, and remember, he is pulling along Michael Fountain as well, so the top 3 separated by 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, I think Fountain is really the lucky dog here, riding the coattails of Frankie, able to stay in the draft and not fall too far back. Obviously not able to work together, we talked about that earlier. But being just a couple of car lengths back, Michael's been able to stay right there, improve his lap times, just ran his personal best of a 140.263. So, coming down are the lap times, the gaps are closing. Now Christian Meyer is definitely going to get some effect from Rob Bailey on the draft here, exiting turn 9. We'll see if Bailey goes low and just clears out of the way, or if he stays on the racing line. If he does and stays at race pace, this is big for Christian Meyer. He's going to get a little bit of a speed boost here from that air being moved out of the way for him.
We got one car coming down pit road. That is the 127 machine. Camden Brown, who was running 11th at the time, and it looks like he's going to pull it off into a pit stall. And that's probably going to be it for his race as the leaders come across the stripe. Meyer gets by Rob Bailey with relative ease as the white flag is out one more time around for Christian Meyer.
Yeah, Christian Meyer was just able to run his fastest lap of the race, a 140.1 to Barroso's 140.2. So he was able to make a little bit of a gap, but still only 1.8 seconds between them. It's still very close. Any sort of mistake from Meyer would open the door for these next two cars to take advantage.
Barroso and Fountain trying to do anything they can. Time is running out. They need a mistake from the 134 if they want to shot at the win. But right now, if you're Barroso or if you're Fountain, you're thinking, can I get possibly second? As Barroso goes off into the grass.
Yeah, pushing hard through turn number 6, runs a little bit wide, going to cost them on the short chute there. You can see Fountain closing up ever so slightly. Now that he's made that mistake, doesn't quite have the run. I don't know if Fountain would try to make the move here. It doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to back out.
And they still got the lapped car, Rob Bailey, in front of them. And I think Fountain is going to stay put unless he gets a big run coming out of this corner. But here comes Christian Meyer coming through the NASCAR back straightaway. Nick mentioned it earlier how he took the win yesterday off a last lap pass from Frankie Barroso. This time his heart rate is going to be a little bit lower for this victory. A commanding performance for Christian Meyer as he comes out of NASCAR turn number 4. His quest to sweep the weekend continues. Christian Meyer takes the checkered flag and wins the first race of Pro Spec Miata.
And Michael Fountain able to move by Frankie Barroso on the last lap. He was able to pull it to the inside, so Christian Meyer is going to win. Michael Fountain takes second, Frankie Barroso in third. So a little bit of a change-up on the podium on that last lap. A great move by Fountain to duck in at just the right time. He was able to get the draft of both Bailey and Barroso, and it worked out to his advantage.
Fountain, he takes second spot, but also will slot into third. Still a good start to the year for your defending champion, but Christian Meyer, he is 2 for 2 on the weekend. Won the shootout yesterday, wins race number 1 today. Todd Bodas is 4th, Caitlin Kinley in 5th, rounding out the top 5. 6th, you got Center Smith. 7th, you got Mark Kinley. The rest of the field coming across the stripe. The 3 and the 58, that is Grayson Knoll and Macy Urso. Urso actually moves up to 9th from 10th, and Joseph Saddington, as of now, is going to round out the top 10. 11th will be Rob Bailey, 1 lap down. Camden Brown in 12th. Brian Iota in 13th. Mike Leo in 14th. And rounding up the grid, Luis Boistani. Those are your results for Pro Spec Miata. Coming up next, we have HPDE Intermediate and Advanced. The next time you'll hear from us will be at 11 a.m. for the second race for Formula 5. Fans, and welcome back here to the Miami 500 here at Homestead Miami Speedway. We're getting ready to kick off race 2 for Formula FARA. They had their first race yesterday, their second one starting in just a few moments. We'll read off the starting lineup for you on pole position. Yesterday's winner, Cam Becker. Joining him on the front row is the 44, Augustin Sepulveda. In third, you got the number 6, Maite Caceres. In fourth, the number 95, that is Enzo Vidmontiende. In fifth, the number 22, Jared Oselka. In sixth, the number 8 of Cole Mededio. In seventh, the 45 of Mike Fatua. In eighth, the number 9 of Axel Roberts. In ninth, the number 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. In 10th, the number 11, or excuse me, in the 10th, the number 82 of Chris Becker. In 11th, the number 98 of Alexa Frusa. And in 12th, the number 11 of Kevin Blanco. Alexander Savage in the 33. It doesn't look like he's starting this race, but we'll keep an eye on that story as well as we take a look at NASCAR 3 and 4, the field in the hands of Becker and Sepulveda. The second race of the weekend for Formula FARA. Let's see how this is going to shake out as we wait for the green flag. Field coming out of turn number 4 to the restart zone. Waiting, and here we go, folks. Let's go racing in Miami. Becker with a great start. Sepulveda tries to cut down in the middle, but Caceres going in the inside, trying to take that second spot.
Yeah, great start from Cam Becker. Cam Becker, known for the starts yesterday. We did have to have a restart during yesterday's race. Both times, the start and the restart, Cam Becker had a great jump, and no doubt again today making it work. 2 or 3 car lengths.
Spin in turn number 2. One car is off. That looks like it might be one of those bright neon yellow cars. That might be Alexa Framusa in the number 98 car, stalled over by turn number 2. We are green for now as the rest of the field has gone through turn number 7, but we do have one car that is still in the grass. We got 2 cars that are actually in the grass. I can't see one of them right now. I just see one. And that neon yellow is finally finally got rolling. I got no visual on him right now. I assume he's on the racing surface. Over by turns 2 and 3. 2 cars off on the track. The rest of the field's still going as they head towards the road course section. Turns 13 and 14. Cam Becker is checked out from the rest of the field. When the field comes by, we'll get a better idea as to who exactly went off the track.
Yeah, Becker doing really well. Maite Caceres second in the 44. Augustin Sepulveda making your top 3. Local yellows are waving, and a pace car is on track. Double yellow. The pace car is going to collect the field here. Turn number 2, a quick decision by race control as they were running at race pace into turn number 1, really. Great job by all the drivers to get checked up and in line in time. Looks like everyone's going to be able to do okay as safety vehicles are heading out between turns 2 and 3 to pick up some cars.
So right now, at least on timing and scoring, nothing from Alexa Framusa in terms of the time. And it seems like it's the 8 of Cole Mededio and the 1 of Axel Roberts, who have not come by the start-finish line. So we got 3 suspects right now, and the one car might be that second car that I mentioned. As we got safety crews over by turn number 2, but the one car might have been that car that that second car that we did not see get off of turn number 2. And I believe that is going to be the 8 of Cole Mededio. He does drive one of those bright neon and blue Formula FARA cars. We talked about him a little bit yesterday, and not a great start to the day for, looks to be the number 8. And it looks like Alexa Framusa didn't even start the race, so yeah, it has to be the number 8 and the number 1 that went off the track.
Yeah, great start looking back at it. Cam Becker jumped out ahead, and the 6, Maite Caceres, was able to pull in. The 44, Augustin Sepulveda, not able to cover it off, tried to make an attack going into turn number 8, but unable to get the job done. So the number 6 car moves up 1 spot from the start there and is holding in second. We'll see if they can hold on to that for the rest of the race after this restart. I'm expecting another good start from Cam Becker. He's been outstanding at the start so far, and I'm wondering if the 6 might take Caceres has anything for him.
Yeah, and a pretty rough weekend for Axel Roberts in the number 1. He had issues. I believe it was a spin yesterday, if I remember correctly, during one of the qualifying sessions for Roberts. And, this pretty dismal weekend continues for the number 1. Trying to see if he's caught up to the field, and he has not. I see no signs of, I talked about it yesterday, the naked Red Bull, if you will, just the design of that paint scheme, and he is not with the pack. All I see is the number 11, that is Kevin Blanco. He is at the rear end of this pack. So yeah, the 1 and the 8 are still over at turn number 2 getting service, and pace car is actually going to take this field through NASCAR 1 and 2 and allow the safety crew to do their job over by the road course 1 and 2. Talked about it, Nick. Mate Caceres had a really good jump off the back of Cam Becker. Was able to dive down into the inside of turn 1 at the start of the race and take the second spot away from Agustin Sepulveda. Cam Becker, he has been the class of the field, and you mentioned he's really been the restart king in this throughout the weekend, as the pace car is actually going to take the field down to pit road. So this looks like we're gonna have maybe a red flag for a little bit as they continue to do work on the number 1 and the number 8.
Yeah, it may take a little longer to clean up than we originally anticipated. So if they're able to stop the field, and yeah, with a red flag, I believe that will stop the timer for them as well. Allow them to have a little bit more green flag time after this cleanup occurs. And there's the 8. Cole Madero is able to get going again. We're going to see if there is the number 1 that gets clear as well, or if that car is going to have to be taken back to the paddock. Hopefully both cars can rejoin the field and have some fun now that they've got some extra time. We'll see how things shake out there as safety crews continue to work. Looks like they're doing some work on the tire barrier there with the forklift, so we'll be rearranging some of those, make sure that they are all in place to safely protect that wall for the drivers.
Well, I wonder, is that for the tire barrier, or is that for maybe Axel Roberts? We haven't seen him at all. That could be a crane to pick up that number 1 machine.
It could be. I saw the tow truck out there as well with the crane on the back of it, so I wasn't sure which one they're going to use. So I guess it depends on what the damage is on that car and on the track around it.
So we are under a red flag situation for a first lap incident between Cole Madero and Axel Roberts over by turn number 1. So we'll quickly give you an update as to how the order will shake out once we go back green. Cam Becker is your race leader. Mate Caceres is in second. Becker in the 31. Caceres in the number 6. Agustin Sepulveda in the number 44 rounds out the podium places. Fourth is the number 95 of Enzo Vidmontiene. And in fifth, the number 22 of Jared Oselka. In sixth, you got the 45 of Mike Fatua. Seventh, you got the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. Eighth, you got the number 33, Alexander Savage. And ninth, you got the 82 of Chris Becker. And rounding out the top 10, Kevin Blanco. And then, of course, we mentioned before, Cole Madero, who was part of that lap 1 incident. He is slotted in 11th. And Axel Roberts, we have not seen him back out on the track as of yet. He is currently slotted in 12th. Alexa Framusa, the number 98, has not started the race. And we'll keep you guys updated. I see the flagman does have the yellow flag in his hand. So we should be going back racing pretty soon, or at least getting back out on the track.
Yeah, that crane did end up picking up the car like you talked about, Armani. So they've got the car, the number 1, off of the track now. They are bringing it back through the garages. So they're entering near pit road. So it looks like shouldn't be any more cleanup after that. I don't see any more safety vehicles, so no fluids on track, it looks like. Should be ready for us to get back racing. Hopefully, they'll do 1 pace lap behind the pace car, and it'll be straight back to green flag racing.
And the teams, they're wasting no time trying to cool these cars down. You can see the umbrellas underneath, above the cockpit of some of these cars. And again, you know, so these Formula cars, while they are Formula 4, they're not to the extent of F1 cars. They're still pretty sensitive, number 1, and number 2. I mean, you're these drivers, you are in these extremely hot conditions with the heavy fire suit, the helmet. I know they got cooling conditions in there, but any chance you can get just to cool your stuff down, save a little bit of extra pace in these cars, I mean, you're going to take them.
Yeah, a lot of times for drivers when they're out there, the caution laps will actually be the times that they're the hottest. There's not a lot of air flowing over the car to cool down the rest of it. The body of the car will soak up a lot of heat from the engine and the radiator, and all of that just gets passed straight to the driver. So it's oftentimes the car is the most comfortable at speed. You think when it's going fast, the engines are creating the most heat. Not necessarily the case. When you've got that much air flowing over everything, those cars are pretty efficient. That's when they're the best at cooling that driver down.
Cole Madero has brought it to pit road. He is currently in his pit stall towards the entrance of pit road. We'll see if he joins the field on this restart, or will he take a little bit of extra time to see if there's any damage to that number 8 machine, and he'll probably start this race a little bit behind. We are still under a red flag, but I do see the double yellow flag in the hands of the flagman, so it looks like we are going to be rolling soon, and indeed we are. So the pace car rolling off pit road, and he's going to take 82 car. Well, that might not exactly be the 82. I believe that is the 80.
Yeah, I think that's the 82. There is crew members looking at the front right suspension, now going over to the front left. Not sure. Maybe there was a little bit of contact involved, and Chris was also picked up in that incident, but as of right now, we haven't heard anything about that. So, unsure on why the 82 did not rejoin the field and go back on track. He's going to relinquish the 8th position. Kevin Blanco is going to move into that spot, 9th for the start.
Yeah, that is the LC Racing duo. So they are both with issues. Of course, the 8 with the initial incident that brought out the caution, and now the 82 with issues. So not sure what's going on with those 2 cars. Hopefully they get things sorted out so they can continue on for the rest of the races today. And we are back under the caution. So Cam Becker's still out up front. Nothing much has changed besides the 82 running into some issues. There goes Becker. He comes across the start-to-finish line. Are you sure that's Chris Becker? I think that's Daniel Rodriguez instead of the 89. At least here on timing and scoring. And there goes Cole Madero. So both of them, yeah, both of them coming off pit road. So thankfully, at least the 8 is able to get going. Unfortunately, we can't say the same thing for the 1 car, Axel Roberts. Just a frustrating start to the season for that number 1.
All right, we've got lights off on the pace car, so we're going to be going green this time by.
Well, let's try it once again. You know, I would say this is the official start of the race. The unofficial start of the race, it's going to be single file, and Cam Becker, he's going to get away, but Casetas with a huge run on the restart. Let's see if she can do anything with it. Going into turn number 1. She goes to the outside, but she's going to have to tuck back in, maybe dive in the corner going into turn number 2. Let's see how this plays out. Everyone is single file at the moment, going through the Florida roller coaster. Casetas on the outside. Now they go downhill to the inside.
Yeah, that was probably Cam's worst start that we've seen. Not that it was a bad start by any means, but did not make the gap that we had seen from any of his other starts this weekend. Caceres able to take that opportunity and really make a play, and now she is all over that back bumper of the 31. It's got a lot of action in those mirrors for the 31 car right now.
Yeah, but Sepulveda's all over the back bumper. Caceres as well. This is turning into a little 3-car breakaway right now. Caceres is going to dive into the inside of Becker. Side by side, going through turn number 8. Becker, he is going to hold charge for now, but looks like he actually holds on to the lead from Caceres. It looked like Caceres was going to make the move on the inside, but Becker with a great job blocking down to the inside, not giving Caceres any opportunity to make a move. Now they dive off into turn number 10. Caceres with that unpreferred outside line. Becker still holding strong as this 3-car battle for the lead might be turning to a 4-car battle with Enzo Vidmiltene lurking in 4th.
Yeah, they are nose to tail, 1, 2, 3, and 4 coming through underneath the start stand now. Caceres is going to jump to the outside, has a run on the 31, going to try it around the outside through turn 1 here. They are so close. Are they going to make it work? No, it doesn't look like it. The 44 getting a little bit of an opportunity, thought about making a move and wisely backed out, but this time 44 goes to the inside, unable to make the pass on the 6 of Caceres.
Yeah, Caceres wisely just tucked back behind Becker. I mean, you got that run, but you have the outside line, and it's so hard to make a pass through that corner, let alone on the outside. So she wisely backed out of it to avoid another incident. But unfortunately, she lost a little bit of ground to Becker. Now the gap is about a car length and a half, and she's under pressure from Sepulveda. And I do want to mention, Vidmiltene does have the fastest lap of the race, a 133.017. So if something were to happen to these front leaders, he's going to be right there to pounce as Vidmiltene tries to make a move on the outside. Nothing can work. That outside line is so hard to work with these cars. And Caceres holding strong in 2nd.
Yeah, looks like Cam Becker going to be able to make a little bit of a gap, but lead up to about 4 or 5 car lengths now, as Caceres has had to defend that 2nd position. Over turn 7, or turn 8, we had a waving yellow flag, but I don't see it anymore. So I think it may have been a car that had an incident. Everything is back to normal though. Racing at the front, Cam Becker, 3 or 4 car lengths. Next, I take Caceres, the 44 of Augusta Sepulveda, and Enzo Vidmiltene, your top 4.
Yeah, we had a little bit of cloud smoke over by turn number 13. But everyone on the racing surface, that might be the 11 of Kevin Blanco. He just came across the stripe. He is over 10 seconds off of the next car. That would be Alexander Savage. So I wonder if something happened and he just got off the racing surface. And, I mean, we've seen already a few issues in this race alone. We had the incident in turn 1. And obviously, if something did happen to the 11 of Blanco, it wasn't enough to warrant a yellow, but I'm pretty sure he would have preferred a yellow because he would like to be right behind the pack as opposed to, well, 10, 11 seconds back.
Yeah, big gap now. A lot of work to do to get back to the field. Going to be a tall order in this short session now. Becker goes through. Everyone looking clean. I'm still seeing that flag waving over there in turn number 8. Do you see that right by the kind of the apex there? There was a yellow flag waving when they came through, so I'm not sure. That's going to make it tough because that is a passing zone that these drivers love to use, and if it's waving yellow, they're unable to pass through there. It really makes the exit of 6 and 7 a little bit less important if you can't go diving into the turn number 8 and get a pass in that braking zone.
Cam Becker reclaimed the fastest lap of the race, a 131.890. First driver to break into the 131 bracket. He extends his lead pretty comfortably over the rest of the field as we have a caution. Well, you talked about it, the caution over by turn number 8, and we have a full course yellow, the pace car right on the entrance of turn number 2. And I'm trying to see around the track as to exactly what the caution was for, but I don't see anything at the moment. Here we got a car stopped over by turn number 8. See the LC duo getting by. And let's see if we can take a look over here at the timing and scoring. That might be Chris Becker. And I think it is. It might be the 82 of Chris Becker. I do not see, he has not put his last lap a 227.665. It's got to be either him or Daniel Rodriguez, but Rodriguez just came across the stripe, and so does Cole Madero. So yeah, the 82 of Chris Becker, the only car, aside from Axel Roberts, who has not come across the start-finish line. So something happened with the 82 of Becker that has put out the second caution of the day.
Yeah, I looked through our binoculars, could not find the car, so it may be tucked up against that right-hand wall. These cars are obviously very small, and it makes it difficult to see if they are close to the wall there. So it looks like they are going to check it out. Yeah, maybe just at the exit of turn 8 there, going into turn 9. See the safety crews waiting for the field to go by, and then they will drive past. So yeah, Becker looks to be the one according to the timing sheet.
Second caution of the race. We'll read the running order pretty quick. Cam Becker is still your race leader. Matej Caceres is in second. Augustin Sepulveda is third, and fourth is Enzo Villamiltiende. Fifth is Jared Oselica. Sixth is Mike Fatua. Seventh, Alexander Savage. Eighth, Kevin Blanco. Ninth, Daniel Rodriguez. And rounding out the top 10 is Chris Becker, but he has not put down a time because, of course, he's the reason for this caution. Cole Madero, who is still out on the track, is scored in 11th. I gotta imagine as they come across the stripe, those positions will swap eventually. And of course, the lone DNF so far, Axel Roberts in the number 1 machine.
Yeah, we got a great shot of it on the stream there. We saw the car stop. It's to the left-hand side of the track, just after turn number 9 there, where the safety cars are. So safety crews will work to either get that car restarted, get them back on track, or if they need to bring them in, they'll tow it back. There is some cuts over there that make it easy. They can pull it off track, don't have to go all the way around. So hopefully they can get things cleaned up quickly and maybe go back to racing this time. We'll see. That might be a tall order.
Still working over by turns 8 and 9. Now, you talked about it. I mean, kind of spot on. I mean, with the flags over there. However, it took a little bit of time, though. I mean, those flags are out there for what, like 2 to 3 laps?
Yeah, it was a little bit of time. Unfortunately, fortunately, I think they were trying to give them the opportunity to get restarted. There are some corner workers on that side of the track who are able to communicate with the driver. So maybe he was able to give hand signals, say I'm trying to restart it, and then finally wasn't able to. It was pulled well off the track, so a pretty safe area. I think going local caution was better than going full caution right away. So shout out to Race Control for making a wise decision and letting them have a little bit more race time.
Chris Becker was able to get it going once again. Last time I saw him, he was over by the NASCAR back straightaway. He's coming out of turn 15 now, so Chris Becker, as he comes across the stripe, he's at least good enough to keep things going. He is down in 11th. So the field is going through turn 8 right now. Becker is going through turn 2. I don't know if he's going to have enough time per se to get things going, to get back to the pack before we go racing. I mean, he's really going to have to kick it in high gear, as I could see the green flag in the flagman's hand. So we will be going racing once again, this time by field down the NASCAR back straightaway. Well, Nick, let's try it again. As I always like to say when it comes to these yellows, let's try it again.
Yeah, I think you talked about earlier, maybe third time is the charm, and the third start will be the one here. I don't have a good update on timing, so I don't know how many laps we're going to have left. We're 23 minutes into this session. The flagman does not have a green-white flag, just a green flag. So I'm assuming that the time stoppage has messed up our timing feed. We'll try and get you an update there.
And the green flag is out, so we will try once again. A better jump this time for Cam Becker. Separates himself by about half a car length from Casetas. And here comes Vito Tene trying to dive in the corner, going to turn number 1. Nowhere to go on the inside. He's going to have to stay put in third. As they go through the Florida roller coaster, turns 2 through 5. Cam Becker holding strong in that race lead. But Casetas right there, only about less than half a car length behind the back bumper.
Yeah, great start again. Was able to have a little bit more of a gap, a little more safety this time for Cam Becker, but the 3 cars behind him are still hungry and hunting. They are not giving up anything. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Cam Becker has clean air. All he has to do is worry about what's in front of him. The next cars have to worry about what's in front of them and who's behind them. Sometimes that can make for the leader to break away a little bit. We'll see if that happens in a couple of these key passing zones as everyone stays single file as they go through turns 8 and 9. A little bit of passing, a little bit further back, a wheel drop, a little dust kicked up at turn 9. They're going 3 wide on the backstretch there.
Well, that's a choice. I don't know if you'd want to go 2, let alone 3 wide through turn number 10. And they're going to sort it out going through that corner, single file. One car just throws it off into turn number 10. I believe that is the 11 car of Kevin Blanco. So he had an issue and he makes up a couple spots. We'll see exactly if that is Blanco as the battle for second is heating up. Vito Maltene dives to the inside of the number 6. Going into turn number 1. He goes all the way down into the curbs. A little bit of tire smoke and the 6 holds strong on the outside.
Yeah, going over the curbs there is so tricky, especially in a car like these. But this time the 44 is going to make his move, but unable to do it again. Passing in turn 3 is tricky because you have that left and then a right-hander. So even if you're on the inside, you're on the outside once again. So Caceres defending second so well so far. Not sure how much time we have left. I see a white flag in our starter's hand. This could be our last lap that we are coming up to soon.
That was the 22, Jared Oselka on that last lap, going 3 wide down on the bottom of turn number 10. He is currently in the 5th spot. He was battling Alexander Savage and Mike Falta, but the 89 to Daniel Rodriguez finding his way into the mix as well. He's making up a couple spots after being in the back of the pack after that initial caution of the race going down pit road.
Yeah, now the 95 has gotten around the 44. But the 44 is fighting back into turn 10 here. Gonna clear the 95. So, Justin Sepulveda back into 3rd after a brief stint being relegated to 4th.
Coming out of turn number 15, white flag is in the air for Cam Becker. He took home the win in race number 1. He's looking to take the win here in race number 2. Casetas in 2nd, Sepulveda in 3rd, Vito Tene in 4th.
And into turn number 3 now. Cam Becker still holding strong. The 44 a little too far away from the 6 to make a move there. Maybe we'll try to get a good run out of 6 and 7. The 6 gets a good run out of turn 5, so should be safe through 6 and 7. The 44 is going to have a great exit onto that back short chute into the hairpin.
Everyone's pretty spread out at the moment. No one's close enough to make a lunge for position. Right now, the closest thing we have to that is the battle for second between Casetas and Sepulveda. But Casetas holding strong in the runner-up spot, and who's holding strong in the race lead has been Cam Becker. He had a little bit of a scare after the first restart of the day. However, he was able to hold off that number 6, a hungry number 6 for the win. And Cam Becker, he will come home barring any mistakes. He's just going to have a clean set of corners here, and he will take home another race victory.
Another strong performance. I think that's going to send a message for the 3rd race today. Cam is definitely the one to beat as he comes out of turn 13 there onto the front straightaway. The checkered flag is waving. Cam Becker is going to win race number 2 of your Formula FARA. In 2nd, the 6, Maite Caceres, and in 3rd, the 44 of Agustin Sepulveda, rounding out your podium. So the 6 had a great improvement from yesterday. Maite finished 4th. Now she is in 2nd today. good turnaround. Made it on some data last night, things like that to prepare. Really came down to that great start that she had at the very beginning, though.
Enzo Vignotene finishes 4th. Jared Oselka will finish in 5th. Alexander Savage will come home in 6th, and Mike Fatuo will finish in 7th. 8th is the 11th of Kevin Blanco. 9th, Daniel Rodriguez, and rounding out your top 10, Chris Becker. 11th, Cole Madero, and the lone DNF in 12th, Axel Roberts, and of course, Alexa Fremusa did not start the race. That is going to do it for race 2 of Formula FARA. Coming up next, the Superlap Series with another session, followed up by race number 3 for Winter Formula. The Super Lap Series is now on the racetrack. We got, looks like 7 cars on timing and scoring right now, so we'll read it off in 3 separate categories. You have the number 217 of Jose Romero in the SLU category. A 134.254 is his fastest lap. 2 drivers in the SL4 category, including the number 47 of Tony Fuccini and the number 98 of Max Garbus. Right now, the fastest lap belongs to Fuccini with a 140.578, 2.3 seconds clear of Garbus. The majority of cars, however, are in the SL5 category, led by the 8 of Alvik Khan. 1.7 clear of Mike Moore, Sharik Thomas, and Gabriel Albano. A 146.020 is the time to beat in that category.
Everyone looks to be pretty spread out. So in this Super Lap Series, that's really what they want. They don't want to have to worry about any traffic. They want to be able to run laps at their own pace. So while it's not quite the same as watching racing, this is exactly what the drivers out on track want right now. They want lots of open track. They want to be able to push their cars, not have to worry about checking up and slowing down their laps with any other traffic.
Yeah, so the Super Lap Series is pretty much, at least I claim it as, the pinnacle of HPDE. In the sense of, you got an HPDE, how basically learning how to drive a race car or to be a racer. Learning those lines, those braking points, just getting a feel for the car, a feel for the racetrack. Now, in the HPDE, you've heard us mention it before, with intermediate, beginner, novice, advanced. We don't commentate on those. However, the Super Lap Series is that pinnacle of that because there are points awarded. And it is not for position like Nick mentioned. This is basically time trials. All you want to do is just put down faster lap after faster lap. As a matter of fact, a great example or a great comparison is going honestly to your local arcade karting place, like your Extremes indoor park. I believe that's what it's called now. It used to be just for go-karting over at Extremes back in the day. Or your K1 Speeds, because those tracks, unless you go for the Challenge GP in the case of K1 Speed or whatever any of these other tracks have, all of them are based off of timing. They are all time trials. Of course, you can have fun beating and banging and passing for position, but again, there is no position. It's all about who can put down the faster lap. And for the Super Lap Series, it's pretty much the exact same thing. It is all about what your time is at the end and not where exactly you are on the racetrack.
Exactly. They're hunting for lap times much more than worrying about position. Looks like Mike Moore in the 18. I think that's his Subaru/Toyota. Is on pit road now. Who was stopping? Oh. Looks like a couple other cars heading down as well. Might be happy with their laps. Calling it a session a little bit early. Yeah, I see Mike got out of the car. He's checking tire pressures right now, so maybe he feels the car is a little pushy or a little bit oversteery, let some air out. You can make some adjustments on the car by changing the tire pressure, lowering the pressure, makes it a little grippier, ever so slightly. So if the car's pushing, needs a little more front bite, take a couple pounds out of the front, see if that helps. If it's sliding around too much in the rear, take a couple out of the rear, see if that'll grip it up. So it looks like he's doing some of his own work on pit road. Very cool. Arbus just clicks over its personal best of the session. Still running second in SL4, only found 2/10. Puts him about a second back from David Schnorr, who has come out in the 61. 2 seconds back from the leader in SL4 of Tony Fuccini. Cog continues to lead SL5 with a 1.7 second lead there. And Jose Romero, your lone SLU entrant, has already pulled back in the garage. Is happy with his session. Put the car back in the garage for another day. Superlap Series does have one more session coming up at 3:35 this afternoon. So anyone who's running for points in this SL Series is going to want to have one more chance to run another lap, get some more points.
Yeah, right now, only 3 cars have put down a personal best recently, that being Max Garbus, his 5th lap around the track, a 142.670, 2 seconds off Fuccini for the SL4 lead. And speaking of the lead in SL5, it would be Ovi Cog who put down his personal best. Well, it was the previous lap. Now this current lap, as he just came across the stripe, was slower, but only by about 4/10. A 146.015 is his fastest overall lap this session. That'll leave Gabriel Albano as the lone driver now to put down a recent personal best, a 149.333, slots in 3rd in the SL5 category. Well, that's going to do it for this Super Lap Series session. We'll quickly read off the results. The SLU, Jose Romero, the lone challenger, and SL4, Tony Fucini will take home the checkered flag. 1 second clear, David Schnorr, and 2 seconds clear, Max Garbus. And SL5, Ovi Cog will take home the checkered, 1.5 seconds clear of Mike Moore, 2.1 seconds clear of Sharik Thomas, and 3.3 seconds clear of Gabriel Albano. Coming up next, race number 3 for Winter Formula. number 3 for Winter Formula. 2 cars out on the track. The 55 of Edward Kennedy on pole position, joined alongside Cole Medeni on the number 54, pulling double duty here this weekend. As the field heads through NASCAR 3 and 4, the third race of the second round of the Winter Formula season is about to commence. Pace car is on pit road after doing some Super Lap Series duties. Pulls off pit road in the field in the hands of the 55 and the 54. Let's go racing in Homestead. Dead even going into turn number 1. The 55, he's going to have to defend on the inside, but the 54 holding strong going through turn number 2. Now tucks back in, going through the Florida roller coaster. Turns 3 and 4, separated by about half a car length. Edward Kennedy holding strong, but Cole Medeni not far behind.
Yeah, great start by Cole. I thought he might have been able to make a move around the outside, but unable to make it stick. We saw Cole had an issue there in race number 1 on the outside of turn number 2. So maybe wisely collects it and doesn't go for that. But it does look like he's making a move up the inside now at turn number 7. He's not going to be able to defend too well going into turn number 8. I'm not sure. Oh, he does. He makes it to the inside. Defending turn number 8. Can Kennedy make an over-under here? Maybe get a good run out of turn 9 onto the banking? He cannot. So Cole Madero is going to take over the lead from Edward Kennedy.
New leader in this race, but for how much longer? Edward Kennedy tucking down the inside. Yeah, Cole Medeni, he diamonded turn number 7. He got a huge run going down the short chute, and there was nothing Edward Kennedy could have done, and Medeni takes the lead in this race. Edward Kennedy tucked in right behind in the second spot. Let's see if he can get a run down the front straightaway, separated by about 1 to 2 car lengths between the two. A 3/10 of a second lead for Cole Medeni as they dive into turn number 1.
Kennedy moving a little bit closer. Maybe thinking about making a move after exiting turn 5 here if he can get a good run. Looks like the 54 pretty strong out of turn 5 though, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to make a move here. Going to have to stay single file through turns 6 and 7, barring any mistakes.
Coming out of turn number 7, heading down the short chute, the 54 unable to do anything at the moment. Or excuse me, the 55 unable to do anything at the moment. Edward Kennedy trying to get a run, but not close enough to make a move. It looks like he does peek a little bit to the inside just to let Cole know, hey, I am here and I am not letting you get away, as they head out onto the NASCAR back straightaway.
As they come off the banking through turn 10. Still single file, about a car length apart. Very close, but not in striking distance for the 54. They are safe for the moment. The 55 looking to find some pace. Try to get there as they cross the line to start lap number 3. The 54 continuing to lead by about 2 car lengths now.
Increased his gap by about 1/10. Both of them put down personal best. 129s for both of them. Medeni a 10th faster that lap. He has a 4/10 of a second lead over Edward Kennedy.
Heading into turn number 6 now. Still a large gap. Cole Madero able to hold the lead so far and even extend it ever so slightly. We'll see if Edward Kennedy can find anything. We saw in race number 1, Cole had to hunt down Edward after an early mistake. In race number 2, Edward had a little bit of a gap, had to hunt down Cole until a mistake there. So now here we are, round number 3 of this 1v1 matchup that we've had all weekend. And right now, Cole Madero staying out in front.
And he's pulling a little bit from Edward Kennedy. His gap is now, looks like 3 to 4 car lengths between the two. Heading off into turn number 10. Let's see if Kennedy can close it just a bit. He's brings it back down as he actually gets into the grass a little bit, kicks up a little dust. Now the gap about 1 car length, but let's see if Madero can get that exit speed, and he does, opening the gap just a smidge. And I believe this is going to be about the same. Actually, no, Madero does improve by, once again, an extra 10th. Half a second separates the 54 and the 55.
Kennedy's going to need to string together a couple of good corners here to really move closer. Getting to that back gearbox there, pulling up nice and tight to the number 54 is essential. It's going to help him out a lot. Then finding a spot to make the pass. Cole's been pretty good this weekend, but both races have ended in a mistake by Cole. So, will the curse be broken, or is Edward just biding time, hoping that Cole makes a mistake later in the race?
Yeah, that's very true. But you got to imagine, I mean, you make mistakes in 2 races. I mean, Coley's had to learn at this point that, hey, you know, you're gapping the 55 right now. You're doing everything you need to. Both of them are putting out personal bests. And you mentioned before, Nick, earlier in the day that it's one thing to catch a guy. It's another thing to pass him. Right now, Kennedy has to do both. He's been losing a 10th a lap to the 54. So not only he has to find something himself, but he's got to find that little bit of extra pace in order to pass the 54. He's been pretty strong through the road course of turns 10 through 15. But that 54 is able to get such a good exit out of turn 15 that most of the time he gains pretty much negated. Kennedy does cut it down. He has the fastest lap of the race now at 128.610. Madero did improve as well. But Kennedy just a little bit quicker, cuts the lead down by about 1/10. Go through turn number 5. Gap still about 2 car lengths. It looks like Kennedy has found a little bit of extra pace. The gap isn't as separated as much this time.
Yeah, getting slightly closer now. I think Kennedy's really been able to find some rhythm, do well. Being behind the car can sometimes throw you off your marks. You're not able to have as much of a visual out in front of the car. So after that lead change we saw early on, might have been a little tricky to get into the groove and find the pace, but it looks like Kennedy's able to do it now. Is that gap staying very consistent? 3 car lengths on the backstretch, not much between the 2 of them.
Diving off into turn number 10, Kennedy. He's going to sail it off a little bit quicker. He goes into the grass, a lot of speed. He just shoots it off into the corner. Carried way too much speed going into turn number 10, and that's going to cost him dearly as Madero gets through cleanly, but Kennedy keeps the pace going for a little bit, but a huge mistake for Edward Kennedy, and somehow only gets away by losing 2/10 between himself and the 54. Kennedy just shot it into turn number 10 like a cannon, and like a cannon, he just went straight, completely missed turns 12 through 15. I don't know if there's going to be a penalty coming because he actually lost ground, but that is a huge mistake for Edward Kennedy. You mentioned it, Nick, it was Cole who's made the mistakes all weekend, and now the roles have reversed, and Kennedy with a huge one.
Yeah, that was a big one. Almost, I mean, very similar to what we saw Cole do earlier. That corner has been tricky for both of them. Turn number 11 off the track there, and yeah, Edward got bit a little bit by that, but looks to have come out okay. 0.6 of a second is not the end of the world. We've seen bigger gaps in these cars earlier in this weekend. So, yeah, barring any penalties, he's going to be in good shape.
Gap is now about 5 car lengths between the two. Madero pulling away just a bit from Kennedy. Let's see how he takes turn 11 this time. And Madero makes a mistake as well. He goes into the grass. He keeps it on the racing surface. And that's going to allow Kennedy to close the gap just a bit. It was 0.6 of a second last time by. This time by, the gap between the 54 and the 55 is 0.7 of a second. So Madero, even clipping the grass just a bit, still opens the lead by just a hair over the 55.
Yeah, both drivers corners tend to be pretty tidy through turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's really when they get to the backside of the track, turns 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the road course, where the fun starts to happen for them. So we'll see, as looks like Cole gets a much better run out of turn 6 this time through turn 7. Fairly big gap for that short shoot. We haven't seen that so far. So Cole may start stretching this lead if Kennedy is not able to figure things out and get that 55 machine back on pace.
Well, we've seen the 54 make a little mistake, nowhere near as egregious as what the 55 did in the corner. Can both of them keep it clean this time? Here they go, going into turn number 10. Looks like both of them are a little bit slower, Kennedy with a little bit more pace, but no cloud of dust. Everyone keeps it on the racing groove, so they get through these set of corners clean. They come out of turn at number 15. It looks like Madero is going to open his gap even further over the 55. And he actually put down a personal best at 128.567. That's now a 1 second gap between himself and the 55. He went faster by about 3/10 that lap.
Yeah, big improvement for Cole. Not sure where he found the time necessarily. I noticed it was a good run out of 6 and 7. I don't think it was 3/10 good. The Kennedy's car, the 55, I'm wondering if maybe that off has messed with the toe or the alignment. Maybe it doesn't quite handle as well as it did before. Obviously still able to make laps, but a small bent tie rod or control arm on one of these formula cars can cause a lot of havoc. Maybe the car's pushing a little more than it was before, or a little bit loose, and he's trying to battle that, but it's allowing Cole to get away ever so slightly with the 54.
Yeah, as they're coming out of turn number 9, Madero's still holding strong. There's really nothing Kennedy's been able to do at the moment. The gap has pretty much stayed the same. 1 second between the two. And here they go through infamous turns 10 and 11. Let's see what both of them do. Sail off into the corners. Everyone staying put. Back-to-back laps. They keep it clean through turns 12 and 13. Maybe the 55 closed the gap just a bit. It kind of looks like, we'll see as they come across the stripe. Yeah, he found 3/10 that lap. A 128.312 is the new fastest lap of the race.
So I'd say there's nothing wrong with that car. That car is running just fine. I think it was just getting back into the rhythm for Edward Kennedy after that big off. And that's a great lap for this weekend. And now the gap is closing. Let's see if he can do 2 laps in a row of closing that gap. That'll start putting things in the right direction with 7 minutes to go in this session.
Yeah, Madero, he's still holding strong, but Kennedy's starting to find his groove once again. He's going to start putting the pressure on the 54, and then it'll be up to Cole to, how is he going to handle that pressure? We talked about it. He made 2 mistakes in the earlier races. Really, he's only made 1 so far. All things considered, a kind of minor mistake. Just dropped the tires into the grass a bit, but he's been holding strong.
Yeah, much cleaner race than we've seen from Cole this weekend. So some good improvements there. Good lap times, consistent, no mistakes. I think this is exactly what he needs for his confidence going into the 3rd round of the Winter Formula Series here with FARA.
See what the gap is looking like now, and it stays the same, 7/10 of a second. Madero actually finds his new personal best of 128.423. But Kennedy still holds the overall fastest lap of the race. I thought Kennedy was just a little bit quicker by just a couple hundredths of a second, so he's still charging after that number 54 with 6 minutes left. He's going to need a few tenths and not a few hundredths if he wants a shot at the win.
Yeah, probably few laps remaining, 4 laps or so. Gotta start finding that pace if Kennedy wants to get a 3rd win. Otherwise, Cole could finally end up at the top of the podium for this weekend.
So he come out of the short chute down the NASCAR back straightaway. The gap has pretty much stayed the same. I think the 54 might have actually opened it over the 55 with 5.5 minutes to go as they head off into turns 10 and 11. Everybody's looking good right now. Yeah, the 55 dropped a little bit of tire into the dust. I see just a little smoke coming out of turn number 11, but no harm, no foul. He stays on the racing line, and we keep it going. Here they come across the stripe. The gap between the two is now 0.8 of a second, so the 54 found an extra 10. And another personal best. He enters the 128.3 bracket, 128.379. It's his new personal best.
Yeah, these cars and these drivers are so close. Both the best lap times right now in the 128.3s for these drivers. And you can see by the way the gap is just changing ever so slightly. There's no big changes. The mistakes have gone away for both of them so far. They're consistent. They're running good laps. It's hard for anyone to make up any ground right now.
Less than 5 minutes to go in this race. The 54 still out front over the 55. 10 laps have been completed so far, and we've at least had a few lead changes already. Edward Kennedy started on pole position, but Cole Madero managed to get the lead. Had a pretty good run in turn number 1 on the initial start, and then he's able to get the lead on lap number 1, and it's pretty much a set sail. Even though there's only been 2 cars and no lead changes since the opening lap, it has been far from, a clean race. Of course, we had the initial incident with the 55 of Edward Kennedy going off the track over by turn 11 and 12. Only lost a little bit of ground, and then the 54 went off the line just a little bit as well. So as the laps continue to wind down, both drivers have been pretty clean in terms of keeping it on the racing surface. So now we have a 7/10 gap between the 54 and the 55. Edward Kennedy just has not been able to close it to underneath 7/10.
Yeah, gap's been hovering around there. I wonder if he's able to get a little bit closer, if the slipstream, the draft, will be able to help ever so slightly for Kennedy to pull back to the rear gearbox of the 54 of Cole Madero. But right now, doesn't seem to be the case. Doesn't have any help. Just running his own race, trying to find tenths here and there. But Cole is doing a great job of staying consistent, not making mistakes. We are under 3 minutes to go now, so it's going to be a few more laps that Cole has to defend Edward Kennedy.
Coming out of turn number 9, the gap's still the same, about 7/10 of a second. Cole Madero holding strong.
Oh, and a spin. Kennedy spins coming out of turn 12. So a mistake from Kennedy this time in race number 3. And now Cole Madero, after running his personal best, is going to have a huge gap. And with under 2 minutes remaining, if Cole can keep it on track, just get it home, an 8.8 second lead is going to be hard for Edward Kennedy to chop into.
Yeah, I just saw the replay here on the live stream, and yeah, Kennedy really just spun it coming out of turn number 12. I think he tried to get on the gas a little bit too hard, and then the back end just stepped out, and that is a huge mistake for Edward Kennedy, and that is a huge break for Cole Madero as well, as he can now comfortably set sail to take home this victory. But a huge mistake at the worst opportunity for Edward Kennedy. Man, that is devastating.
Yep, really tough, but we've seen all weekend this winter formula class has been all about who can stay consistent, who can take it to the end with the least amount of mistakes. Today, Cole Madero is going to take race number 3. A little bit of a change of pace from what we've seen in the first 2 races, so congratulations to them. As long as they can keep it on the track. I see a white flag in our starter's hand. So, Cole Madero is going to come out of turn 15 and work his way towards start-finish line. The white flag is waving. We have one more lap for Cole Madero to try to bring home this win.
Here comes Edward Kennedy. He's going to think, what just happened? He would have needed a lot. Again, he couldn't break through that 7/10 bubble, but I mean, a huge mistake spinning out of turn number 12 cost him any shot at this victory. But while he is going to be thinking, what could I have done differently? Cole Madero is going to be thinking, there's nothing I could have done differently because I'm going to take home this race win, barring a mistake on this last lap. Here they come through turn number 9. Cole Soretto. Or Madero. I don't know where I got that from. Cole Madero going through turn number 11. He is going to not even risk it. He's going to go there a little slower than normal to secure this win in race number 3 through the road course section of Homestead Miami Speedway. Out of turn number 15, a brilliant move to take the lead and a brilliant race to take the win. Cole Madero wins race 3 of Winter Formula. Edward Kennedy, after a huge mistake, will have to settle for the runner-up spot. But despite that, still put on a thrilling performance to keep it close with the 54.
Yeah, another great race from Winter Formula. Our smallest group, but one of the most entertaining so far. That'll wrap things up for this race. Winter Formula is done for the day as well. So that is the end of the weekend for both of these drivers. The next group's on track, our HPDE. We have 2 sessions of them, followed by a lunch break. So you will not hear from us on the broadcast until around 2:15, the start of our prototype and GT endurance race. Race number 4. If you're here at the track at 125, there will be a grid walk. Sorry, 150, there will be a grid walk right before the race. So get your lunch, hit the food trucks at the back of the paddock there, and then come on down to the grid walk. See these cars up close and personal before their endurance race. If you're watching at home, stay tuned. Do not leave. We will be back with you around 2:15 for that race.
Gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you guys are able to fill your bellies over at the food trucks at the back of the paddock as we get ready for the Prototype GT fourth and final race for these cars. It is not only a 30-minute race, but we also have the endurance race as well. So we got a total of an hour and 15 minutes of action starting in just a few moments. Let's see, read off the starting lineups for each category. On pole position in GT5, Alejandro Garcia in the number 256 car, followed by the number 800 of Team Sawinski. Third, the number 18 of Adrian Miner. Fourth, the number 198 of Ben Ark, excuse me. And in fifth, rounding out GT5, the 47X of Gregory Gillett. In GT2A, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., starting in front of that category, followed by the number 74, James Hammond. In third, the number 2 of Pierre-Eric Paquette. And in fourth, the number 84 of Avi Cohen. GT3 will be led by Jose de las Casas in the number 55 machine, followed by Jill Urso in the number 46. Rounding out the trio of GT3 cars, the number 112 of Oswar Ramos. GT2B, the duo of Larry Gills in the 96 and the 420 of Jeff Williams make up that category. The lone challenger in GT1A, the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. In GT4, the 32 of Carlos Villasana will start that race up front, along with the 77 of Marco and Rick in second, the 172 of Colin Guillory in third, and in fourth, the number 71 of Dave Ritchie. And the last class, GT1B, Justin Levine will lead that one in the 47, followed by the 4 of Michael Manella and Bart Collins, the 4X of Michael Coicad in third, fourth, the number 91 of Rafael Rosario, Rodolfo Rodriguez, and rounding out, Sophia Basler in the 132. Pace car comes off pit road. We got over an hour worth of racing action ahead of us. Green flags in the air. Let's go racing in Miami. Here comes Manella on the inside of Justin Levine. He'll dive into the inside of turn number 1 and immediately take the lead away from the 47.
Yeah, strong start from the 4 car there. Manella and Collins, the duo. So I'm assuming they're going to be running the endurance race as well as the short sprint race of 30 minutes. But a great start, a great move up the inside to get that second place overall and lead in their class, GT1B.
Manella opens himself up to a couple car lengths advantage over the 47, and now he is under pressure from the 4X. That would be Michael Coicad, and he is set and sail as a 129 starts to pace this field in the GT1A category.
A little further back in the field, our next biggest class, GT5, the 800, was able to get around the 256 of Alejandro Garcia. So Team Sawinski leading GT5 now as they go into turn number 8 for the first time.
Manella, if you remember in the third race this week, actually it was earlier today, really catching up to the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. However, excuse me, that is the 08. I'm thinking it's Miguel Angel. Oh, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's the dad, and then there's the junior. Yeah. There's a lot of
got our duo out there.
Yeah, we got the duo out there, and kind of similar to the race earlier today. Marcano is starting to catch that 129. Or Manella's starting to catch up to that 129 of Marcano Jr. I wonder, especially given this is a long endurance race, we assume that number 4 is going to participate in the entire race. So I wonder, is he going to stay put, or is he going to try to get by this 129? I think he's trying to get by him. He's all over the back bumper.
It does look like he's trying to get by, making some moves, moving left and right, and the mirrors now up on the outside, going around turn 6, outside, making it work. As they go through turn 7, the 4 is going to take the overall lead. The duo of Manella and Collins to the front of this overall pack.
How about that? Very rarely do you see a GT1B car take the overall lead, let alone straight up from a GT1A, but that is exactly what the number 4, driven by Michael Manella and Bart Collins, have done. That's going to drop the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano down to second. And I think more importantly, not just for the overall win, but also for the class win as well. It puts a car between himself and Justin Levine. We know Levine is a very aggressive racer. He's been aggressive all day long. In the first race we had today, of course, he got the win by taking the lead on the last lap from the number 4. And I think he's trying to put as much separation between himself and the 47 as possible so that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think it's a wise move after the way the last race shook out. The 4 is definitely able to put some pace on the field, as we can see. So they've got either Manella or Collins in right now, and they are driving very well, pushing the car to its limits. Looking at the lap time, a 132.2 on the first lap, which is pretty good. We saw that car dip down into the 30s. So for a rolling start, not a bad lap right there.
You mentioned Sawinski was able to get around Garcia in the GT5 category. The gap is 1.1 seconds between the 800 and the 256. We're waiting for them to get across the stripe. There's the Sawinski machine right there. And a 1 second is the gap now between Garcia and Sawinski. Garcia cut the gap down by about 1/10 of a second. So he's starting to close in on the back bumper of that 800 ever so slightly.
Yeah, we've seen those two battling in this class or the group all weekend. They've been trading the lead back and forth for that class. Garcia has been able to come out ahead most of the time, so we'll see if this is Team Sawinski's turn to take the top step of the podium.
Now I'm going to take a look at this entry list here and see what we got in terms of this entry list for the endurance race, and not just this 4th one. Because that's going to really determine who's going to be out and who's going to be in this race and who's just going to be setting sail. Because, you know, like we mentioned, the 4 car, there's 2 drivers there. So we assume that that car is going to be in this race. And we take a look at some of these lineups here that have 2 names. I mean, Team Sawinski, there's not a name associated with that, but you never know. There's multiple drivers, so the 800 could be in it for the long haul. Let's see what else we got here. Of course, we got the number 4 of Michael Manella and Bart Collins. I'm trying to look for the 77 driven by Mark and Rick. Not in this race unless they're going to show up in the endurance race. You know, that can happen as well, Nick, because some guys, they might sit out the initial sprint race and then they try to go straight for the endurance.
Yeah, very interesting to see. I think that car had some issues at the end of the last race, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they weren't able to get that car up to speed and ready to go for the endurance race here. Could be the case. I'm looking through the paddock and I don't see that. Well, it was a yellow car, if I'm not mistaken, but could be a factor where they just couldn't have the car ready to go for this start.
Team Sawinski has extended their lead now to basically 2 seconds, 1.993 over Alejandro Garcia in the GT5 category. So they're starting to set sail in that category. And up front of the GT1B, Michael Manella continues to pace the field as he comes across the start-finish line with a commanding lead as Justin Levine is now all over the back bumper of that 129. 6 seconds separate those two. So let's see, in terms of other battles for position, and most of the field is pretty spread out at the moment. The closest battle is for that GT5 category between Sawinski and Garcia.
Yeah, going back to the 47 and the 129, like you talked about, the 47 has been trying to get around for the last couple of laps. I think they have the pace, but Levine just hasn't found a spot yet where they're able to make a move. Now that they're starting to work through the back of the field, some of the slower traffic, this may be the opportunity for Levine to get through. As we see a little dust kicked up from a slower car ahead of them. Both make it through pretty cleanly, but that slower car could be the magic ticket for Levine to get by and start making the run back towards the number 4 at the front.
And if you just want to know the difference between each class, I mean, think about it. We are 7 minutes into this race, and the leaders have already caught the slower traffic. And that's part of multi-class racing. Some cars are going to be faster than the others, and it's up to the leaders how they want to get around them, and it's also up to the slower cars as well. I mean, think about it. Let's say you're one of those slower cars in the slower category, but you're in a battle for your class's position, whether it's for the lead or second or third. You got the leader behind you. There's so many different things that have to go through these drivers' mind. You got to think of, I don't want to impede the overall leaders or the faster cars, but do I want to compromise myself too much in my class position as well? And that is, again, the beauty about multi-class racing. There's so many different factors that go into it, to even something like Spec Miata or Formula FARA, where again, it's just one class, whoever's up front. I mean, the battle for overall, let's say 10th, may not sound exciting, but it is arguably just as important as the battle for the overall win, again, because of the different classes.
Yeah, the races within races really add up, and you'll start to see these kind of battles line up, especially closer to the end. It always seems that no matter how far apart they spread out during the race, some reason with endurance racing, they always come back and the battles get real tight as the clock gets very low.
We're just about over 8 minutes into this race. We'll read off the running orders real quick so far. Team Sawinski with a 4-second lead in the GT5 category. They drive the number 800 car over the number 256 of Alejandro Garcia. The 18 of Adrian Miner is in third. In fourth, the number 198 of Ben A.R. In fifth, number 172 of Colin Guillory. And rounding out GT5, Gregory Gillett in the number 47X. In GT2A, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. up front, 16.9 seconds clear of the number 2, Pierre-Eric Paquette. In third, the number 74, James Hammond. And in fourth, the number 84 of Avi Cohen. GT5, led by the number 55 of Jose de las Casas, 29 seconds clear of Jill Urso, as looks like the 47, I'm going to interrupt just a moment, going down to the inside of the 129. The 129 taking a little bit of a defensive position, and that pays off for him as he forces the 47 to go onto the curves in turn 1, forcing it to back off, and the 129 will hold that second spot for now. You know, if you're the 129, you're the only driver in that class. You're going to get the win in that class anyway. So, you know, why not have a little bit of fun with it? If you know, try to go for that overall win, or at least an overall spot on the podium. As take a look at who is behind Justin Levine. That is Michael Coycott. He is starting. It looks like it's Michael Coycott. At least there's one car behind them is actually really starting to catch up to the 47 and the 129. I thought that was Coycott, but here on timing and scoring, they're separated by 12 seconds. So unless he gained all that time recently, I'm going to try to see exactly who that is. We'd have to
see. That could be the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. making his way up. It seems to be pretty close on our timing chart, so that might be the car. Again, GT2A, so another class in the mix for that second overall position now, but definitely keeping things interesting.
Well, Michael Manella and Bert Collins' machine is checked out from the rest of the field. Yeah, I have never seen so many different classes so close together in terms of overall speed. The 129 holds on for now, actually extends his advantage over the 47. But yeah, we'd have to look at the overall results right now, and that is Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in the GT2A category, catching up to the GT1B of Levine and the GT1A of Marcano.
Yeah, those three working their way through traffic right now, and all those cars are different. We've got 2 generations of Porsche Cup cars, and then what looks to be a Cayman GT4 Club Sport. So there is much different speed variations. Obviously, cars not built to the same spec, but the drivers all putting them around the same lap times right now as they make their way around the track. It's making some great racing, but I think the one who is most excited about it is Michael Manella and Bart Collins at the very front. They've been able to absolutely clear that group, and they've got nice, clean air in front of them, empty mirrors behind, exactly what you want to see when you're leading a race.
Absolutely. We're about 12 minutes into this race of a race, if you will. And I'm not even talking about the classes. I'm talking about we got the 30-minute sprint, and then we got the hour 15 endurance. as well as we got blue flags for a couple cars. It's going to allow the leader to get by. Smooth sailing going to turn 1. Manila's going to catch a slow car going to turn 2. He's going to hold him up just a bit. But now is when we're seeing the rest of the field come across the stripe. So he is comfortably well within 10 seconds of the lead. 12.1 seconds is his advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we're seeing the next 3 cars, second, third, and fourth, spread out just a little bit. They've gotten through most of the slower traffic. They've got a little bit of breathing room now, and you can start to see the speed differences of the cars make their mark.
You know what? I think that 129, it takes a little bit of time for that car to really get going. It seems to be really a little slower in the initial parts of the race, and that's what allows whether it's the 4 to get by or the 47 to get so close, and maybe that's why he took a shot. I think that's why the 4 really tried so hard to get by that 129, because he's thinking, if I can get some clean air and get out of, try to manipulate this lap traffic, I can really put a distance between myself and the 129. Remember, the 129, there's no one else in that category. The 72 of Tawfik and the 68 of David Twadi, they have not entered into today's races. So, again, I think that 129, it takes a little bit of time to get it going. Him and the 47 have clearly gapped Junior. So now we got Senior over here, still all over, the 47 still all over the back bumper. However, that is due to the fact that there is a lap car in the way and they're going to get by. But he is starting to pull away a little bit from the 47.
Yeah, ever so slightly. Again, we saw the 47 run in the 130s earlier in the weekend. The fastest the 47 has run this race, a 132.1, which is 2/10 faster than the 129 has run this session. So we know the 47 has the pace in it somewhere. I don't remember what the fastest lap of the weekend is for the 129, but it does feel like maybe there's some rust that needs to get knocked off every session to kind of get the feel of the car again and get that car up to speed. But I'm really curious how much the 47 is being held up, or if the 47 is just kind of falling back to that pace and now they are a little closer together.
Yeah, another thing I don't know as well is, which one of these guys are going to compete in the endurance race. I was looking at the entry sheets, and it was just, the entry sheet just G2's in the GT, who's this, who's just in the weekend as a whole, not specifically who's entered in the endurance race. So what we're going to find out in just a little under 15 minutes as we're halfway through race number 4. So it is going to be really interesting to figure out. But yeah, here, I'm going to, when this 129 comes across the start finish line, I want to take you guys around the track, if you will, just to show you exactly what I mean. There is a slower car in front of them, so this may not exactly work to how I'm thinking it, but let's see how it is, as the blue flag is out for that car. So let me show you exactly what I mean. The 129, he's going to come across the start finish line a couple car lengths ahead of the 47. So you see they go off into turn number 1. Now, just a couple laps ago, that 47, he was making a move to the inside of the 129, and that 129 was holding up not just him, but also the 4X that was behind him, or excuse me, the 08 that was behind him. But now on this lap, as they come out of the Florida roller coaster, he is really gapping up on the straightaways, the 47. So that makes me think that this car takes a little bit of extra time to really heat up and find that pace compared to the GT1B cars of Levine and the 4 of Manella and Collins. But again, if you're Manella and Collins, you got a shot at the endurance win and the overall win. I mean, again, most of the time the overall wins go to either the prototypes, if any of them are entered, or if none of them are entered, then the GT1A category. So you don't see a lot of times where other classes get a shot at the overall win. So honestly, I don't even blame the 4 car for even going for it at the beginning, because I mean, it's paying dividends right now because he has set sail for the rest of the field. And as I go back to the 129, who's in turn 10 right now, yeah, he is pretty comfortably ahead of the 47. So I think that's why Justin Levine was being very aggressive early on, because he maybe understood as well that this car takes a little bit of time to get going, and if I could clear him early, I could just set sail, and by the time he does get fired up, it might be too little too late. But unfortunately for the 47, that is not what happened, and you're seeing that as the gap between him and the 129 continues to increase.
Yeah, the gap between the 129 and the 4 is even starting to come down. That has slowly made its way down to about 10 seconds. It was up around 12 for a while there. So now that the pace has come back to the 129, the 47 seems to be able to keep up pretty close. But obviously there's a small advantage for the GT1A car as it's starting to form a gap. But I think the 4 is going to have to start looking in its mirrors in the next couple of laps. The 129 may be hunting it down sooner rather than later.
Well, if we look at the last time the Ford came around the track, he put down a 132.477, and compare that to the 129, Marcano put down a 131.688, 0.8 faster, with just under 12 minutes to go. That might be enough time to catch him and possibly take the overall win in race 4.
Yeah, very good possibility. My worry is the traffic. I feel like the 129 doesn't navigate traffic as well as some of the other drivers. Maybe a little more cautious with their passing attempts. So if the 4 can be aggressive through traffic and the 129 gets held up, the 4 may be able to hold on to that sprint race win at the 30-minute mark.
Here comes the 4 just across the start-finish line. We're waiting for the 129 now. 8.9 seconds, so he shaves it off to under 9 seconds. That time he was up about a second faster, a 133.0314 with the 4, a 132.063 for the 129. So even though Miguel Angel Marcano, he's not getting through traffic maybe as efficiently as the 4 and the 47, he's catching them.
Yeah, slowly but surely that gap is coming down. So we'll see if we can. It looks like the 4 got a little bit held up through turn 6 there. That's going to be a big advantage for the 129 as they got through their traffic into turn 6 unscathed. No slowdown from them.
And they're just about now on the same straightaway. The 4 just exiting the short chute. Meanwhile, the 129 about to get to turn number 8. So the gap is quickly closing for the 4. Now, the next question is going to be, how hard is the 4 really going to fight off the 129, who is clearly much faster at the moment? Because you got to remember, you also got the 47, the Justin Levine, who is in your category right behind you. So maybe you lose a shot at the overall win, but you also got to think about your class win as well. And most importantly, again, we're assuming they are going to compete in the endurance race entirely. You don't want to get caught scrapping with the 129, and the next thing you know, you damage your car, and then while you initially intended to go in for the endurance race, because that does pay separate points, endurance points, now you got a damaged race car, and you can't even finish the race.
Yeah, I think if the 129 does make it back up to the 4, it's smart for them to just let them go. It doesn't seem like it's going to make a difference points-wise. The overall win doesn't change your class points win, so no real value there. I'm curious to see if when the 129 starts getting closer and closer, if the 4 picks up the pace. The 4 has been running laps around the 133 mark for the last couple of laps. But we know that that car is capable of a 130.3. Already done it this race. So, does that mean that they are on cruise control right now, just trying to pace themselves? And when they know that there's a little bit of risk involved from a car behind, they'll put the pedal to the metal again? Or is that fallen into the race pace? Maybe the tires fall off a little on that car after the first 4 or 5 laps.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talk about 8 seconds like he's not, a lot of time left. But I mean, in racing, 8 seconds is still a lot of time. And, let's say for some of my casuals out there who don't exactly understand the distance in terms of by seconds, just snap your fingers, count to 8, and then snap your fingers again, and you'll get an idea as to exactly what we mean by an 8-second advantage or disadvantage in terms of distance. And speaking of distance, we're about to see what the distance is between the 4 and the 129 right now. Here comes the 4 across the start-finish line, a 132.575. Meanwhile, the 129, he's coming across the start-finish line, and his lap is going to be a 131.570. So Miguel Angel Marcano cuts the lead down to 7.5 seconds with just over 8 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, slowly chopping away at that lead. It's coming down more and more every lap. Looking back in the field, GT5 race, we talked about it earlier, has spread out pretty significantly. Team Sawinski has been able to pull a 17-second gap over the 256. The 256 was your pole sitter for that class. They were the first one to take the green flag in GT5. And now the 800 of Team Sawinski pulling farther and farther ahead.
That last lap, Carlos Villasano, the GT4 category, put down his personal best of 143.843. He is 13th overall and the lone challenger in the GT4 category.
Yeah, the classes are starting to spread out as we have an off over in turn number 2. Lots of dust flying over there. Looks to be one of the slower class cars, maybe a GT5 car. Is that a Porsche Boxster maybe with a hardtop on it?
I'm trying to see, I thought.
I think it's this car right here
Yeah.
that's coming across. Looks like it was just an off. No damage or anything like that, and I don't think any other cars were involved. I don't see any waving flags, anything like that from our corner workers. So, a little bit of a moment for one of our slower classed cars, but no harm, no foul. Off the track, back on, live to fight another day.
Meanwhile, up front, Miguel Angel Marcano has cut the gap now to 6.7 seconds. He went 8/10 faster than the four, Manella and Collins. So he's really starting to catch up. Again, 6 minutes to go. He's going to have to make up about a second, maybe a little more than that, per lap if he really wants to go for this overall victory. And again, he's in the class by himself, and you mentioned it, you know, the points aren't awarded any differently. You know, if you're battling a different class, you're going to finish first in the class, you're going to get some first class points. Same thing for the GT1A, but also there's some bragging rights as well. I mean, think about it. You're the 4. You got a chance to say, I beat a GT1A pretty much straight up. There is a lot of bragging rights to go into that as well. And, you know, a lot of these drivers, if they got a shot to say, I beat you on the track, they want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can hold that over one of your competitors' heads is a great result at the racetrack. So, wouldn't be surprised if the 4 was a little aggressive about keeping that spot going into the 30-minute mark if the 129 is able to catch up to them.
Well, the good news for Manella and Collins is that the gap between himself and Justin Levine is over 11 seconds. So, he doesn't have to worry, at least for now, about being challenged for his class victory, which again is what really pays the points for him. So, even if he gets passed overall by the 129, he'll be good regardless. As we're looking at the times right now, 6.4 seconds between the 4 and the 129. 3/10 faster was Marcano. That's just not enough if he wants to get a shot at this overall victory.
On the track in some of our other battles, I'm looking right now at GT2A. The 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. has really stretched the lead there. But the battle for second in GT2A is pretty close. The 2, Pierre-Eric Paquette, and the 74 of James Hammond are only about 4 seconds apart. So it's one of our closer battles right now between second and third place. Podium spot, points differentials there are worth it. So it'll be interesting to see if Hammond can catch up to Pierre-Eric Paquette or if he's going to stay in that third position. Also curious if they're going to run the entire Enduro. That's kind of the question on all of our minds here in the tower. What cars are going to stay on track after the next 3 minutes? And who's going to be pulling into the pits after completing their sprint race?
Looking at the front right now, it is still the 4, Michael Manella and Bart Collins' machine. 13.3 seconds clear of Justin Levine in the GT1B category. And in the overall results, 5.9 seconds clear of Miguel Angel Marcano in the GT1A car. Jose de las Casas in the number 55, he's leading his category in GT3, coming up on some slower traffic. going into turn number 2. Also interesting to see just how these faster cars maneuver through the traffic. You know, just also use an opportunity again, just passing opportunities, check your braking marks. A lot of opportunities here in this multi-class racing.
Ford just crosses under the start-finish line here, as the 129 following behind, 5.5 seconds between them now. So Miguel Angel Marcano has cut it down another half second or so. Slowly closing the gap, but only 2 minutes remaining in this race 4 sprint. The Enduro, though, another 45 minutes to go after the conclusion of the sprint race. So you'll see some of the cars starting to come to pit road and will eventually head to the garage, while others will stay out and continue to race for another 45 minutes here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Yeah, with about a minute and a half to go, they got enough time for really one more lap. The white flag, waiting to see if it's in the flagman's hands. Not yet. As trying to see exactly where the leader is. The 4 is currently on, it's like the back straightaway, where he is coming out of turn number 9. So we'll see again. We are assuming these teams with multiple drivers are going to stay for the rest of the endurance race. The endurance race is scheduled to go all the way until 3:30 p.m. So once the checkered flag flies here, I actually do see the checkered flag in the flagman's hand. So this might do it for this race. So yeah, the green and checkered flag is out. They did not wave a white flag for race number 4 of endurance. Michael Manella and Burke Hawes' 4 will take the overall win here in race number 4. And that means overall the 129 of Miguel and Joel Marcano will finish second. Justin Levine will finish second in GT1B and third overall. And with the green flag and the checkered flag out, that signals the end of race 4 and the real beginning of the endurance race.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be making their way to pit road now. That's going to determine who's out there. Now, if a lot of the front runners go into the pits, a lot of our GT1B, GT1A cars, even some of our GT2A cars, they head to the pits, we could see some of these slower class cars end up surpassing the lap totals that have already been set by the likes of the 4 and the 129. You can see a slower car really win the Enduro, depending on who stays out.
Now, I'm trying to remember exactly if this is how it works. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it is still, the endurance race right now is basically still going to keep the running order as is. What do I mean by that? It's like, not everyone is now reset it to 0. Everyone is going to basically still be as is. And what do I mean by that is, guys have gotten lapped. So not only, and guys have gotten lapped multiple times. So let's say some of these faster cars, like the 4, the 47, or even I can't remember, the 129. I don't know why that didn't go through my mind. But let's say, so 129 does stay out on the racetrack, and the 4 comes into the pits.
And into the garages, so not a pit stop, definitely going back to the garages. So the 4 is going to take that race 4 win and call it after that. They will not be staying out for the endurance race. Same thing with the 84 with Avi Cohen.
And the 47, Justin Levine, going to head to the garage. Well, this presents an opportunity for what I was going to talk about, as I was tripping over my words. But basically, because the running order stays exactly the same, again, a lot of these slower guys, they've gotten not just lapped, but lapped multiple times. So they not only have to, they got to do 2 things. They got to essentially still overtake, I know, it sounds weird to say, overtake the guys in the garage, because on the timing and scoring, they are ahead by multiple laps. So they essentially got to get their lap back and then make the pass. That's the way it has to work. It's not just because they go into the garage that, okay, they're not being scored anymore, and then they just disappear. No, the other cars have to make up those laps and have to make up that time.
Yeah, it looks like we have a timing refresh on our timing app. Able to see the just Enduro cars now. Looks like we'll have 9 cars remaining for the Enduro when things work themselves out. Miguel Angel Marcano in GT1A is going to continue to lead overall. Then the 91 of Rosario and Rodriguez in GT1B is going to be second at this point. The 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. GT2A will be third. 132 of Sofia Basler is fourth. 55 of Jose de las Casas in GT3, fifth. 96 of Larry Giles in GT2B. The 800 in seventh. That's Team Sawinski. We talked about them. We thought they would stay out. They're going to take the lead in GT5. After already winning, too. I don't think they gave up the lead to the 256. Adrian Miner in the 18, also in GT5, will stay out. And Ben Ark will remain as the 9th place car, GT5 as well. So 9 cars racing for another 45 minutes to try and determine who's going to get the Enduro points here at FARA's Miami 500.
So, we'll read off the results for race number 4. Team Sawinski's 800 in the GT5 will take the win. In second, the number 256 of Alejandro Garcia. Third, running at the podium in that category, the number 18 of Adrian Miner. Fourth, the number 198 of Ben Ark. Fifth, the number 172 of Colin Gilroy. And sixth, running at GT5, the 47X of Gregory Gillett. In GT2A, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. takes the win over the number 2 of Pierre-Eric Paquette. Third, the number 74 of James Hammond. And fourth, the number 84 of Avi Cohen. GT3, the 55 of Jose de las Casas takes the win over the 46 of Jill Urso. GT2B, the 96 of Larry Giles takes the win over the 420 of Jeff Williams. GT1A, the lone challenger of Miguel Angel Marcano, who is still out on the track. GT4, the lone driver, the 32 of Carlos Villasana. And at GT1B, the 4 of Michael Manella and Bart Collins takes the win over the 47 of Justin Levine. Third, the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez. Fourth, the 4X of Michael Coicad. And in fifth, rounding out GT1B, Sofia Basler in the 132. And that is your results for race number 4. Racing isn't over yet. We still got 30 minutes of action here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Separated by 26. GT5 separated by a lap. Goodness.
right, now that we are about halfway through the endurance length of this race, starting to see a couple of cars come down pit road. I'm not sure what cars are going to need to stop for gas. I think most of the cars on track will be able to make an hour and 15 minutes, but I'm no expert. So it may just be that they're coming in for driver changes if they're part of a team, or some just basic maintenance. Any tire changes that need to be done could be a possibility. I don't expect too much of that over just an hour and 15 minutes. We saw the 198, 18. We've got the red Mustang on pit road as well.
Yeah, those are the GT5 cars of Ben Ark and Adrian Miner. The 198 is Ark and the 18 is Miner. So both of them, like you mentioned, out on the racetrack, they are in the GT5 category, currently being led by the 800 of Team Sawinski.
We've seen the 129 make his way onto pit road as well. Going into their pit stall, we'll see. Looks like they're doing just a driver change there. So someone else is going to be taking over for 129. Maybe just doing, yeah, there comes the driver. Driver just popped out. So someone else is going to be jumping in. Take over for Miguel Angel Marcano in your overall leading car for the Miami 500 endurance race right now.
He's got a 47-second advantage over Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez in the GT1B category. So he's going to use pretty much most of that, and I believe that, yeah, that was Rosario just taking the overall lead of this race. So Marcano is going to surrender that lead for now. But again, everyone's in a different class. The overall isn't as important as your class victory. And Marcano, he is the only driver in his class, GT1A, so he can pretty much take all the time he wants. Now, as for who that second driver is, try to look at the entry sheet. There is no other name associated with him. I thought it maybe would have been Marcano Jr. if he, was out of if he pulled off after the end of the first race. But no, he's still out on the track. He's actually second overall in the 0-weight for GT2A. Is coming on pit road, and let's see if he takes the left-hand turn to the garage. It doesn't look like it, and he doesn't, so he will head back out onto the racetrack and continue his race. I did not see the 198 of Ben Ark come out on the track. I'm trying to see if he's anywhere. I want to say he's over by turn 13. Or am I seeing a different car? So we got another car on pit road.
Yeah, this looks like the 18 crossing under us right now. That black Porsche Boxster. Here's the 132, the 800, and there has been up in the 198.
So we got on pit road a little bit ago. So 32 is on pit road as well. He's trying to get to the garage, so he's going to make the left-hand turn on into the garage. I believe that is actually Sophia Basler. I'm trying to see. Right now they're doing some podiums here. Two cars currently over by Victory Lane. You got Jose de las Casas, number 55, and I believe that is the 132, Sophia Basler. I don't see a 132. Do you see a 132?
Yeah.
And on the racetrack, the 256 GT5 machine of Alejandro Garcia is back out on the track. He is 5 laps. He was 4, now 5 laps off the race leader, Team Sawinski, in that category. So we do have a new car out on the track again. Alejandro Garcia, who finished 2nd in race number 4. He is back out on the track, and we're assuming he's going to finish the last 29 minutes of this endurance race.
Pull into the garage. That's Ben Ark heading back. So I wonder if he's already made a pit stop. He's come down pit road, stopped by his team in this pit stall. Wonder if there's something going on with the car and he's going to retire it, or if he's just kind of finished with the endurance race here. He was running third in GT5, and now he's giving Alejandro Garcia a chance to come back, make up those laps, and take that third step on the podium from him.
Yeah, Ark and Garcia are separated by only 1 lap, so Garcia should be able to quickly get ahead of Ark and, like you said, take that final podium spot.
Looks like they've pulled the right rear off of the 08. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. Looks like they're checking something in there. I don't know if there's going to be a tire change, or if maybe they're working on brake pads. Tough to tell from up here in the tower. They're doing some extended work on that car. Is your GT5 leader now coming down pit road for their pit stop, the 800 of Team Sawinski. I see a fuel jug coming over the wall, so they're going to put some fuel in that car. And is the driver coming out? Are they doing a swap for Team Sawinski? It looks like it, yep, so we'll have a driver swap in the 800. A little bit of fuel, and they'll get back out on track for your GT5 leaders. We'll see Adrian Miner in the 18 is going to be able to make up enough laps to give them a little bit of a battle as we come towards the end of the race. 27 minutes to go in our prototype and GT endurance race here at the FARA Miami 500.
Okay, no.
The 08 making his way back onto the track now. Looks like shaking the car down a little bit as he goes down pit road, checking on that right rear. Whatever they worked on during the pit stop, hopefully going to stay together for the rest of this race. 132 on pit road as well. Maybe a driver swap's going on for them. The 800 looks to be finishing up. Fueling is done. The driver swap is done. They should be rolling out of their pit stall pretty soon. 172 and GT4. Our only GT4 car at the moment on track. Making their pit stop. Don't see a driver change happening there. Just a little bit of fuel for that 172 Miata.
Well, we talked about a potential battle in the GT5 category. Sawinski's lead is only 1 lap over the 18, who Is that red Mustang coming across the start finish? I remember Adrian Miner, he was on pit road not that long ago. And
This one here's the 98.
oh,
Or 96. The 18 is a Boxster somewhere on track right now. I think it's that one coming off of turn 10 right now, down to the banking. But yes, either way, if that 800 doesn't get moving soon, could be relinquishing the lead sooner rather than later.
and here comes the 18. And that is going to be another lap chipped off. So Team Sawinski in danger of possibly losing this lead if he doesn't get off pit road. Now, if he gets off pit road now, then pretty much it's all for naught. I mean, that's still a huge gap. We're talking probably what? At this point, like a minute 20 seconds between himself and the 18. So if he gets off pit road now, which he is doing, so he should be okay. I was going to say, he waited any longer and things would have gotten a little dangerous for that win.
Yeah, the 18's going to make up a little bit of ground while the 800's going at pit road speed towards the exit, but not going to be enough for them to be in a direct battle when they get back out on track. The 18's going to have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to the 800 of Team Sawinski.
Yeah, Sawinski off pit road now, so he has clear track in front of him, so he can pretty much coast until the end. We got 23 minutes to go in this endurance race. 132 came off pit road not long ago. I do remember seeing a driver swap. So there should be a new driver behind the machine with that 132. Up front overall, it is still the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez with now a one-lap advantage over the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano.
And that car is going to pull down pit lane right now, just as you were speaking of it. The 91 into his pit stall there for a quick pit stop. We'll see if there's a driver change or fuel involved. I think I see a fuel jet going into the front of that Porsche 911. So they're going to top that off. Is there a driver coming out as well? Just yet. May just be servicing the driver. New water bottle, that sort of thing. I want to make a quick shout out to our YouTube viewers. A couple of you guys came here after watching the finale at Daytona. A great finish there. So thank you for joining us here at the FARA USA YouTube channel. Caught us at a good time. The endurance race is going on right now, so we can give you a little more of that fix after a long 24 hours. It's only an hour and 15 minutes, but still, a lot of strategy going on between the pit stops and the different cars in different classes, shaking things up.
Yeah, we got some fans here in the chat, fans of Edward Kennedy, fans of FARA, even fans of yourself, Nick. You got some fans for you here in the chat.
Yes, I did have some fans pop in. I don't know how they found this channel or why they are sending so many comments, but we're always appreciative to have people tuning in to the FARA races here on YouTube. Always a good time to have people stop by and leave us a little message.
20 minutes to go here in this endurance race. Colin Gilroy, the lone contender in GT4, GT1B, Rafael Rosario, Rodolfo Rodriguez, still up front by one lap over the 132 of Sofia Bazir. But like I mentioned, I do believe I did see a driver swap, so not sure exactly who's in that car at the moment. Jose de las Casas is the lone driver in the GT3 category. GT2B's lone driver is the 96 of Larry Giles. In GT1A, the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. GT5 with 5 drivers. The 800 of Team Sawinski with a 53-second advantage over Adrian Miner. Alejandro Garcia in second. Gregory Gillett in fourth. And Ben Ark in fifth. And GT2A's lone driver, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr.
So the 129, your second place car right now, is coming to the line, and I think this is going to put them into the overall lead again. It does. They've overpassed the 91, overtaken, excuse me, the 91 now that they are doing their pit stop. So the 129 back to the front of your overall lead in this 1 hour and 15-minute Enduro.
Let me tell you something. I will take easily this 1 hour and 15-minute endurance race, which is some pretty fun action over what, the 6-hour caution we had last night at Daytona due to fog.
Yeah, huge fog delay for the Rolex 24 yesterday at Daytona, and luckily, a little further south, we've had much better weather. No fog playing into it. It's been warm and sunny, a little bit of overcast rolling through every now and then. But other than that, a picture-perfect weekend for racing here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Racing isn't even over after the endurance race. We got the Super Lap Series after. We still got one more race for both Pro Spec Miata and Formula FARA. Spec Miata's next race will be at 4:05, so in less than 1 hour. And then at 5:10, we have Formula FARA's final race of the weekend. Still plenty of racing coming up in just a few more hours here for the Miami 500 weekend.
Looking down at the track, a new battle has popped up after the pit stops and driver changes have gone through. The 91 is only 4.6 seconds in front of the 132. So Rosario and Rodriguez now under attack by the 132 car, working their way through. They just got off pit road, so it's a new driver in that 91. The 132 has been out for a couple of laps, so that they've got a little bit more comfort in the car. The 132 has passed the 91. So as of right now, the 129 will be leading GT1A.
Yeah, I was going to
But
say
the
that
132 is going to be leading GT1B.
Yeah, the 132 put down a personal best of 134.313. Their 34th trip around the track. So, mention that 132 is flying right now.
Yeah, here they come out of turn 15 onto the front stretch. And there's the 08. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A. And there's the 91. So the 91 falls to 4th overall from once leading just a few laps ago overall. And now finds himself 4th overall, 2nd in class behind the 132.
Team Sawinski's opened up its gap more so than over the 18. It was 53 seconds. Now it's about 57.090. So Sawinski still comfortably out front as Garcia comes across the stripe in 3rd. 13 minutes to go in this endurance race.
Yeah, looking out at the track, I was wondering if the 256 would be able to catch up to the 18 in GT5. Doesn't appear to be the case. I think there's enough of a buffer. The 256 just a little too far back. But yeah, the 800 really opening up a big lead in that GT5 class. The leader in GT1B opening up an even bigger lead from 4 seconds to 11 seconds this last time by. Yeah, the 132 really found some pace. Must have had a great pit stop. Got their driver change and fueling done at a good rate. They were able to get back to the 91, and now the 91 looking for pace to try and catch back up to the 132. welcome back to the Miami 500 here at Homestead Miami Speedway FARA's endurance race for this weekend. Full steam ahead right now. Your leader, the 129, Miguel Angel Marcano, holding it down in GT1A and overall. In second overall and leading GT1B, the 132 of Sofia Basler. Third, the 91, Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodrigo, also in GT1B. Fourth, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in that GT2A entry leading the class. After that, Larry Giles in his GT2B, number 96. It's the red Mustang you've seen running around track. Then we come to GT5. The 800 of Team Sawinski has a minute gap over the 18 of Adrian Miner in GT5. Colin Gilroy in GT4, our lone GT4 car on track right now, is running 8th overall. The 256 of Alejandro Garcia, 3rd in GT5, running 9th. 47X of Gregory Gillett in GT5 in 10th. 11th, the 198 of Ben Ark, and in 12th, the 55 of Jose de las Casas for GT3 entry. We are under 5 minutes to go here, slowly making our way towards the finish of this endurance race. Everything moving along pretty smoothly. Haven't seen too many gaps opening or closing at a rapid rate. I think the biggest story we had from this 45 minutes was the swapping of the 91 and 132 in GT1B. For quite a while, the 91 was overall leader. Then after the pit stops, the way things shuffled out afterwards, the 132 moved up into 2nd overall and the lead in GT1B, snatching that away from the 91 after all that hard work in the first half of the race. Here in the booth, we did think there was a possibility Team Sawinski could lose their lead after their pit stop. They were able to get out just in time to stay ahead of 18 and have now opened the gap, so there wasn't too much drama there. That GT5 battle, while we were doing the math in our head, we realized there was a possibility if they didn't get moving, they could lose that spot. So great work by the team there to get the car back out on track just in time and to hold on to that lead. GT5.
Yeah, he had about a 3-4 lap advantage over Adrian Miner. However, just as Miner cut that lead out to less than a lap, the 800 finally came off of pit road, and again, like you mentioned, he held on to the lead and has continued to extend it. Now it is over a minute between himself and the 800 and the 18.
Yep, big gaps there. So should be able to just walk the car home, get it home safe in one piece, put it back on the trailer the way it came off, the way we want to end every race weekend when we're out at the track. Other than that, now we have the white flag waving over the finish line here as the 129 crosses underneath to take the final lap of FARA's Miami 500 endurance race here. Our GTs and prototypes, hour and 15-minute endurance race. Only one lap away from completion at this point.
Miguel Angel Marcano, the lone GT1A challenger. He didn't get the overall win in race number 4. That win went to the number 4 of Michael Manella and Burke Collins. However, he will take the overall win here in this endurance race. He got the overall win in race number 3 as well that took place earlier today. And he is just a few corners away from taking the win here in the Enduro. number 10 for the final time. Miguel Angel Marcano going through the road course part of this track. He has led the entire endurance section of this race, and he'll lead it till the very end. Out of turn 15, checkered flag is in the air, and the overall win goes to Miguel Angel Marcano.
Yeah, the team there in the 129 did a great job with the pit stop. The second driver that jumped in kept it nice and tidy, was able to keep the pace, bring it all the way home for the win there. A great job by the 129 team.
The 132 comes home in second overall and takes the GT1B victory as well. We talked about it earlier again with those pit stops. Great job by the 132 to charge hard to take this overall. Will take the class victory. Overall second. Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez is 91 will come home second in GT1B. The 800 of Team Sawinski in the GT5 will come home with the win over Adrian Miner. GT2B, the lone Larry Giles will take that one as well. GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. And to wrap up GT5, Alejandro Garcia will round up the podium in that class. Gregory Gillett in the Ford 47X will finish fourth, and Ben Ark, who did not finish this race, will be in fifth. That is it for the endurance race, folks. A long but action-packed event. Coming up next, we got the Super Lap Series, followed by Pro Spec Miata Race 1.
down.
here once again for the final race of the weekend for Pro Spec Miata. Let's read off the starting lineup. Christian Meyer in the number 134 machine. Christian Meyer, excuse me, the number 134 machine is your pole sitter alongside Frankie Barroso in second, driving the number 48. In third, the number 101 of Michael Fountain. In fourth, the number 55 of Center Smith. In fifth, the number 17 of Kalen Kinley. In sixth, the number 74 of Rob Bailey. Seventh is the number 117 of Mark Kinley. In eighth, the number 169, that is Todd Bodas. In ninth, the 03 of Grayson Knoll. In 10th, the number 68 of Mike Leo. In 11th, the 19 of Brian Iota. In 12th, the number 81 of Joseph Saddington. 13th, the number 58 of Macy Urso. 14th, the number 127 of Camden Brown. And rounding out your grid, Luis Bostani in the number 65 machine.
Tell you what, Armani, I'm excited for this one. This race, kind of the pinnacle of what we've been watching all these Spec Miata races add up to. The shootout, the shootout yesterday was very exciting and quick, close racing. The race today, a little more spread out, not quite as competitive, but this one here, this is the big one.
Off of turn number 4, pace car is in the field in the hands of Christian Meyer. He has won the shootout. He has won the first major one. Let's see if he can sweep the weekend. Let's go racing in Miami. Good push from the 55 of Center Smith for Frankie Barroso. He and the 134 are going to go side by side in the turn number 1. But Meyer's going to have the inside advantage as they head off into the Florida roller coaster.
Yeah, Frankie got a lot of help from Center Smith there. Very good push. Michael Fountain was able to push Christian a little bit ahead though, so he's going to be able to hold the lead. But now Todd Burris is in the mix. We have not seen him mixing it up with this front pack. That's the 5th place car, blue with the white top. Hopefully he's going to be able to work it out as Michael Fountain goes to the inside of Center Smith heading into turn number 6. Todd Burris is going to stay to the outside following Center Smith around.
Fountain with that inside line. He's going to clear Smith just barely as Meyer continues to pull away from the rest of the field. Now, we talked about it earlier in the first race today. The draft didn't really work as well as we thought it would. Let's see with a cooler track here later in the afternoon, is that going to be a different result as the field exits a short chute and heads into turn number 9.
Yeah, working our way around. I'm expecting Frankie to pull up to Christian's bumper really quickly. We've seen them drafting when they have the opportunity just about all weekend. And Todd Burris is going to be behind Center Smith. Could make Michael Fountain the odd man out if he can get to the back bumper. Not sure. There it is. There's the first bump from Todd on Center Smith. See if they're able to go around the outside of Michael. Surely he will not be giving up that bottom line.
Barroso all over the back bumper of Meyer. He's going to be his draft partner for now. Is he going to make a move coming across the stripe? The top 5 separated by only a couple car lengths as they head through the first lap. Christian Meyer with the fastest lap overall. Frankie Barroso is second. Center Smith third. Michael Fountain fourth. Todd Bodas rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, just after start finish, Todd was able to sneak by Michael Fountain. Michael went from 3rd to 5th there. Didn't have a drafting partner. We've talked about being the odd man out in Spec Miata before. This is a classic case of that. We've got 5 cars running in that front group, all wanting to work with someone. But only pairs work in Spec Miata. It's really hard to have a 3-car draft like that. So we'll see who ends up on the outside looking in when we get out of turn number 8 this time by.
Take a look at Frankie Barroso. Looks like he's drafting with Meyer, even in the infield road course. You don't really see a lot of that. But he was pushing that 134 as we got a little bit of dust kick up out of turn number 7. Everyone seems good for now. But yeah, Barroso all over the back bumper, that 134. The draft seems to be working much better this race than it was in the morning race here, Nick.
Yeah, I think the partners are a little bit more compatible this time. We saw that some of the dance partners just weren't working together that well. This time, though, look at Todd Burris, already on the back bumper of Center Smith in that 55, moving that car forward. It took Frankie a little bit longer to get to Christian's back bumper. We'll see if there's any advantage that early hookup as they come through NASCAR 4 now. I don't know if that pair is closing on them that much in the back there, but certainly giving it their best shot. They are hooked up and locked together as they cross start finish line.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help as Barroso is going to peek to the inside. However, he does not make a move. I was going to say, it doesn't help Smith or Barros, the fact that Meyer and Barroso are working together themselves as we got a little more dust kick up coming out of turn number 2. The top 4 are good for now. But yeah, I think Frankie got a little, he dipped his tires a little too far right and caught some dirt just a little bit, but everything is good for now. But back to what I was saying before, it doesn't help that the 134 and the 48 are bump drafting themselves, so it kind of negates whatever advantage Center Smith and Todd Barros would have. And Frankie Barroso and Christian Meyer, I mean, these have been the two class of the field all weekend long, so not only do you need to work together to try to beat those two, but you need those two to either start racing each other or possibly make a mistake.
Yeah, Todd went a little bit wide on the exit of turn 6, going into turn 7 there. It cost him. We'll see if Center Smith has the wherewithal to back up just a little bit, slow down that turn 8 to make sure Todd's on that bumper as soon as possible. It looks like he's doing a good job of that, coming back, making sure they're able to hook up. Whoever hooks up faster is going to start feeling the effects of the draft. Right now, about dead even. Todd, the first one to Center Smith's bumper, though, before Frankie can get to Christian's. Let's see if that couple mile-an-hour advantage is going to pay off as they come through NASCAR's 3 and 4 again.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso looks like he's just going to stay put behind Meyer's back bumper. Really no reason to get too racy right now. We are only 5 minutes into this 30-minute session. So see if you can pull away from the rest of the field and let the race be decided between the two of you. And just as I say that, Barroso dives to the inside of Meyer. He's not going to wait at all. He's going to take the lead in this race. I just talked about possible patience for him, and he said, nope, I got to run. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, made a great move to the inside when he had the opportunity, and it paid off. Now we'll see if Christian can push Frankie, as well as Frankie has been pushing Christian for the first couple laps of this race.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Christian do a lot of pushing. He's usually been the one that's been getting pushed, and this is the first time he's actually lost the lead today. He led from minute 1 to minute, I think it was 25 or 30 in the first race. So not only are we going to see how good he is as a pusher, but what move is he going to make to possibly take this victory? Remember, he did win the shootout on a last lap pass, so he knows how to get it done. Now the question is, will he have to wait for the last lap, or he maybe get it done a little bit sooner?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was comfortable enough in that last one to appreciate being all by himself rather than having to work hard that last lap to make the pass. We'll see this time, though. I think he's got his work cut out for him now that Frankie and him are working together. I think it's going to end up a 2-car race unless one of them makes a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso, your defending Pro Spec Miata champion, a dominant 2025 season for the 48 Miata. He has yet to win in the opening rounds this season. He would love to at least get one to kick off his title defense.
Yeah, Frankie's been about the busiest Miata driver that I know this week. Did Global MX5 at Daytona, then came straight here to race in the FARA Pro Spec Miata. So yes, he would love to have a good finish to end this crazy week of racing that he has had.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little cap off to, like you mentioned, a pretty crazy week for the driver, the number 48, who's currently leading this race. He and Christian Meyer really separate themselves from the field. Center Smith and Todd Barros are really trying to catch up, but right now they are 2.6 and 2.7 seconds back from the leaders.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're not working together as well as I would have expected. I'm wondering, it's keeping Michael Fountain in 5th there in shouting range, not quite able to make a move that far back, but able to hang with them by himself because their draft just isn't working together as well as I'm sure either of them would like.
Here come the leaders going down the short chute. Meyer a little bit behind, maybe about 1 or 2 car lengths back from the 48, but he closes it coming out of turn number 9 as they head out onto the NASCAR back straightaway. And again, unless he has a big run like Barroso had, I think he's going to stay behind that 48 for now.
Yeah, as long as the water temp is looking good, keep on pushing. No need to swap until those motors get to their kind of scary level of temperature. Without any air flowing over the radiator, they tend to heat up fairly quickly. But with this cloud cover and a little bit of cooler air than we saw in the afternoon, might be able to push for more laps. He's not poking out trying to get air over the radiator, so I think we'll see the 134 continue to push for a couple more laps.
Yeah, and Center Smith and Moras, you talked about it, now working together as well as we thought. Now the gap between themselves and the leader is 3.3 seconds. They were losing a ton of time to the top two, who, give them credit, they are working very well. It looks like the swap from Bardoso to Meyer is actually playing dividends. They are pulling even farther away from the field.
Yeah, they're working much better together. Looks like Rob Bailey and Mike Leo behind Michael Fountain there. So that'd be 6th and 7th place. They're going to start working together a little bit. That could spell trouble for Michael Fountain in 5th all by himself if they're able to make the draft start to work a little bit.
Yeah, Michael Fountain kind of just hanging on to the coattails of that draft of Center Smith and Tom Ross. But, I mean, at this point, the gap is what, like over 10 car lengths at this point. Whatever draft he's catching has to be gone at this point. And like you talked about it, probably going to lose a lot of time to Mike Leo and Rob Bailey.
Yeah, if those two are able to figure it out, that could spell trouble for sure from Michael Fountain. I think he's just going to start falling a little further back every lap from that the third and fourth place cars. But out in front, Christian Meyer continuing to push Frankie in the 48 car, working their way, staying real tight to that bottom line. As they come across start-finish, that gap is going to extend even more this lap.
Meyer's going to make a move down the inside. Frankie, he's going to slot into second place. So a swap between the top two. I mean, you talked about it before where, you know, those engine temperatures getting a little bit scary. I wonder if Meyer's engine was thinking, okay, I think it's time for me to take the lead and cool off a bit.
Yeah, very likely. We're only 10 minutes into the race, so it's not the time for those two to start getting their elbows out and start racing each other. Still time to play nice. Keep working on that lead. Make sure that you can guarantee yourself a one-on-one finish when it comes down to the end of this 30-minute race. If you wait until the end, you're more likely to just have a shot at it between one other driver rather than letting 3 or 4 back into the field. And we've got a big old dust cloud through turns 2 and 3. That's a messy quesadilla over there. I wonder what happened.
Looks like one car just went off in the dust just a little bit. I don't see anyone over buying. I don't see any cars or nothing. So
yeah, no flags are out at any of the corner stations
hold on.
either.
I think we got someone. We got one car going pretty slow. I want to say it's the 117.
That'd be Mark Kinley. Maybe he had an off there. Quite a big one too. That you can still see the dust moving its way across turns 1 right now. So certainly making a little bit of a mess out there, but out in front, extending their lead even more. Christian Meyer and Frankie Barroso working their way. Lap number 8 now.
Yep, the gap now 4.2 seconds between Meyer and Smith. So the top two continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. And pretty convincingly, I think this is going to continue as we are just under halfway through this race.
Yeah, I know someone breathing a sigh of relief right now is Michael Fountain. Mike Leo and Rob Bailey, although they are nose to tail right now, have not been working together. They haven't been racing each other either, but it just feels like they are on the exact same pace and cannot close the gap. Neither one of them willing to give up a little bit of space to get back to each other's bumpers, try and make it work. So Michael Fountain, no man's land in 5th place right now, in a pretty safe spot, all things considered.
Rounding out the rest of the grid, Caitlin Kinley is 8th, just ahead of her father, Mark Kinley. Joseph Saddington is in the top 10. 3 cars outside the top 10, that being Grayson Knoll, Macy Urso, and Camden Brown.
We did have a swap at the front of the field. Frankie Barroso moved to the front now. Wondering if that's engine temperature. Seemed a little early. Maybe he's just more comfortable being the lead car. Likes to hold that front spot. We'll see how long Christian Meyer can stay behind him. But that's a tricky one to ask Meyer to push for that long going through. It's a risky business. Got to know when to poke out, when to back off, make sure you can get that engine cooled down. So I bet he's staring at that temperature gauge as much as he's looking out the front windshield of Frankie Barroso.
Coming out of the Florida roller coaster, Christian Meyer with a little bit of a run on the 48. However, he's not going to do anything with it. Stays behind the 48 for now. He seems content with slotting into second behind Frankie Barroso as they head off into turn number 6. Both of them have an over 5-second advantage over the rest of the field. So they're feeling pretty good at the moment as the sun has just opened here down at Homestead Miami Speedway. And I wonder, 15 minutes ago in this session, the temperature is going to rise here at the racetrack. How is that going to affect how these cars handle? Remember, in the morning session, the draft didn't handle as well. So I wonder, with the sun beaming down on the track just a little bit, well, number one, is there even enough time for those track conditions to change? And if there is, how effective will the draft continue to be?
Yeah, that's a great question to ask right now. And it depends on how much these clouds keep moving through. We've got little patches all over the place, so just a glimmer of sunshine right now. But if they're moving slow enough, we could have a sunny racetrack for the last 15 minutes or so. That could definitely cause some track changes.
I just want to go a little bit off of the race for a second, but is that the number 4 of the Michael Manella cause machine? Maybe I'm going crazy, but I think they're missing a door.
You are not. They are coming off of victory lane without a door right now. So a little side action away from the Spec Miata race. We're just watching some 911 Cup cars go driving around without doors.
Hey, that's the trade-off. I give you the win, you give me the door. That's my souvenir. Up front, the duo Barroso and Meyer still ahead, 6.4 seconds clear of Center Smith and Todd Bottas. I mean, Smith and Bottas, they're trying everything they can, but they just don't have the speed of the 134 and the 48 to catch up.
No, they just don't. And we did see another switch again. Meyer back in front of Barroso. Still working together. It didn't look like there was much drama on the pass. No one defended. So, could just be a routine switch. Keep temps down. But I think Michael Fountain, I'm going to have to look next time by. He may be closing in on the duo of Burris and Center ahead. Only 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds back now. So, he is starting to make a move. If their drafting doesn't work and he's being held up, as we see Center Smith drop a wheel, the exit of turn 8, could let Michael get back into this race and fight for a podium position.
Well, you still got a little ways to go, and I mean, credit to him. I mean, that 101 machine of Michael Fountain, that lone car being able to catch up to a duo pack, drafting together, that just shows how good that 101 is just by himself. And I mean, we even saw that in the race this morning when Christian Meyer, he pretty much held off Michael Fountain and Frankie Barroso's duo charge to take the win.
Yeah, Michael even able to sneak by Frankie's car on the last lap to take that second position, and a great finish there. So we'll see if he's able to keep that car rolling at a good pace. If the duo of Smith and Burris get a little tangled up, have some more mistakes like that, it could be good. Michael Fountain closed in 0.6 that last lap, 1.4 the gap between third and fifth right now.
I'll read off the order right now once again. With 12 minutes to go, Christian Meyer is your race leader, just in front of Frankie Barroso. Those two have been working together all race long and have separated themselves by 6.9 seconds from Center Smith and Todd Bottas. Michael Fountain rounds out the top 5. Mike Leo in 6th. Rob Bailey in 7th. Caitlin Kinley in 8th. Mark Kinley in 9th. Joseph Saddington rounds out the top 10. In 11th, you got Grayson Knoll. 12th, you got Macy Urso. And 13th, Camden Brown. That's the thing also with Spec Miata. I mean, you don't necessarily have a lot of battles per se, because usually if there's two cars together, they're going to rather work together. That way they can gain that draft, build up that speed, as opposed to going side by side, swapping for positions, beating and banging. It's very different to something like a GT or a Formula where it's all about positions and gain. I mean, at least until, the final 4, 5, even like 3, 2 minutes of the race, less than 5 minutes to go. If they're just going to be working together, setting themselves up for the best position possible, building a gap between themselves and the rest of the field. So right now, everyone's just kind of working together.
Yeah, I think everyone's got their Sunday best on, so to speak, to start this race. No one wants to get down and dirty quite yet, but I can imagine, looking at the battles we've got, Michael Fountain now down to under a second between him and Todd Burris. So he is closing in, trying to fight for that third spot on the podium. The front two still working together nicely, but for how much longer? 10 minutes to go now, and soon the gloves are going to have to come off. Awfully close to the back bumper of Todd Burris in that 169. I wonder if he's able to get there if Michael and Todd will try to work their way around center, leave him out to dry, try a different drafting partner strategy there. We've seen it before. Spec Miata loves to try different partners, swap around, see who works best at the front or behind. Right now, the duo of Barroso and Meyer, though, the best pair that we have. So they continue to expand their lead up to 9.4 seconds now over third place. But now Michael Fountain just running his personal best under 4/10 of a second between him and Todd Burris in striking range. Just try and make something work. Maybe break up that duo, steal a partner for himself.
Now we're under 10 minutes to go in the race, and talked about it with the top two really separate themselves from the field. Well, but also Meyer have done just that, a 9.5 second advantage over third and fourth, and Michael Fountain really getting to the back bumper of the 55 and the 169. So that, talked about it earlier, a possible 3-car battle for the final podium place. It's really starting to heat up.
Yeah, a little further back, Rob Bailey was able to get around Mike Leo, so he moves into 6th position. But Mike Leo's still on the back bumper of Rob Bailey, so that's 6th position being pretty hotly contended there. Everything else pretty stable at the moment as far as positions go. Only some swapping between drafting partners that we've seen.
Michael Fountain has caught the back bumper of Mike Leo, so this is going to be a 3-car pack, 3rd through 5th. Frankie but also continues to lead the top two, but right now Michael Fountain all over the back bumper. Is he going to do anything with these guys? He's going to stay put for now. As Mike Leo goes to the inside of Center Smith, let's see what Fountain does. He's going to follow along, but actually Center Smith is going to continue to hold the lead on the outside. Gets a good run, and it kind of forces Leo to back off a bit.
Yeah, working together still for Smith. I think that's Todd Burris there, and Michael Fountain, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Michael falling a little bit back after the roller coaster, 3, 4, and 5. Unfortunate for him because he was right in the mix. Had a chance to kind of split them up and steal a drafting partner, but wasn't able to do so through turns 1, 2, and 3. I think Center Smith defended a little bit to try and make sure he was able to keep Todd on his back bumper.
Ross is giving Smith a push going down the short chute. All still covered up by a blanket as they come out of turn number 9.
Yeah, still really close together there. That is probably the most fun to watch right now. We know well, we think we know that the Barroso and Meyer battle is going to come down to the last lap. But this 3-car battle, this one could shake up, as we already see Michael Fountain going to the outside on the banking. Unable to hang on, though. He doesn't have a draft. So he's going to have to fall back in line behind Smith and Burris. Maybe be able to get another charge here as he comes towards start and finish. Now that he's got a little bit of an air gap there. But no, Burris and Center Smith pushing, working together. Michael Fountain's attack defended for right now.
Yeah, Todd, he kind of drove Fountain up the track in turn number 3, and that really caused the 101 to lose whatever momentum he had going up that progressive banking in NASCAR 3 and 4. So he wasn't able to get the run he probably wanted coming out of that turn number 4. So he's going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, this was a similar gap that he had last time, and I thought he was too far back. Clearly I was mistaken. That little 1.6 doing very well through turns 6, 7, 8, and 9 onto the backstretch. See if he can make it work again. Find those marks, make a little bit of 1.6 magic happen. Try and put that little NA on the podium.
Now we just have over 5 minutes to go in this race. Nick, let's say you are in those top 2 positions. Do you want to be the guy pushing in the later minutes, or do you want to be the guy getting pushed?
It's a tough one, but I think from what we've seen, it's probably better to be the one pushing. You're the one who gets to decide when you make the move. You don't have to worry about defending. It's just a chess game of when you poke your nose out and try and go. We've seen the outside work. It's not the easiest, but if the opening is on the inside, I think it's an easy decision. You want to be in the back. If it's on the outside, you're making some high IQ plays to try and figure out a way around.
Well, but also just swap positions again with Meyer, and you talked about it, you want to be the guy pushing. If you're Meyer, do you just stay behind but also until the white flag, or do you try to do a little more swapping? Oh, here we got a spin somewhere out on the track. Yes, over by turn number 2. One car is all the way out in the grass.
Is that looks to be the 55 of Center Smith, because I see Burris making his way down to turn 4, and I see Michael Fountain. That is definitely an NA, or no, maybe that was Michael Fountain that spun. It's hard to tell if that's an NA or an MB right there. I want to say that's gold numbers though, so that would be Michael Fountain.
I'm trying to look at the replay here. I actually think that is Center Smith. Like, the car looks kind of blue. You know, Fountain has a little bit of like a kind of like, he's got the gold colors, but it's like kind of like a gun, like kind of like a dark gunmetal gray car. And I saw looked like a deep metallic blue 55. That's the one that spun. So I think that was Center Smith. It was the middle car. So yes, it was Center Smith. Looking back on the replay right now, it was the middle car between Boras, Smith, and Fountain. That would have been the 55, at least through timing and scoring going into turn number 1. So yes, I do believe that was Center Smith who did spin going into turn number 2.
Well, it looks like he was able to get back on track, so that's good. We don't have to worry about a stoppage in his last 3 minutes. We've got at least 2 more laps to go here as Frankie Barroso crosses start-finish line, working lap number 17 now in this 30-minute race.
And here comes now the duo of Todd Boras. He has a clear advantage over the 101 of Michael Fountain. So that was indeed Center Smith who went off the track. He's now all by himself, and now he's possibly in danger from Mike Leo and Rob Bailey, but I don't think, well, I say that there could be enough time for them to catch, and they're only 4 seconds back.
Yeah, and they have been working together a little bit better. I've noticed their bump drafting getting a little smoother, a little bit more predictable and effective. So we'll see if the 4 seconds falls. Maybe Center Smith has something wrong with his car now, a tire rubbing or something bent. Could slow him down, but we'll have to see the lap times of how it works out. A 150 last time by, so definitely him that went off track. And Michael Fountain drops a wheel in turn number 7, really pushing to try and get up to Todd Burris. But Todd with about a 6-car length lead right now.
Yeah, with time running out, I mean, at this point, with a minute, just under 2 minutes to go, yeah, we're not bump drafting anymore. You're behind me. I'm not taking any chances. Yeah, good luck trying to pass me.
Yeah, absolutely. Your elbows are out. If he does end up catching Burris, Burris isn't going to let him by easily. It's not going to be one of those we're switching positions to save my radiator. It's going to be an all-out fight. But now the white flag is going to come out. Frankie Barroso leading Christian Meyer on the last lap. Here we go. Into turn number one. They stay single file with a little bit of lap traffic, causing them a little bit of a slowdown. Unable to make a move there because of it.
Here they go through the Florida roller coaster. Frankie Barroso still up front. Christian Meyer has one more chance to sweep the weekend. Frankie Barroso, your defending Spec Miata champion. He's looking to start 2026 with a victory.
Now, if I'm Frankie Barroso, I'm a little bit worried with how much of a gap I have back to Christian Meyer. I want to be a little bit closer to my bumper so I can kind of control his pace. If he has too much of a gap, that'll allow Christian Meyer to start that run earlier and think about making a move earlier. So we'll see if Frankie taps the brakes a little coming out of turn 8. A common move that Spec Miata drivers do to get that draft started.
But also backs it off just a little bit. It looks like Meyer tucked in behind coming out of turn number 9. It might have a little bit of a run going down the NASCAR back straightaway, and now it is just foot to the floor between the 48 and the 134. I don't think Meyer has quite the run to make a move. Let's see, all Frankie has to do right now is just defend that bottom. He actually goes to the middle part of the racetrack. Meyer is going to push him for the time being. Now he cuts down to the inside, going through NASCAR turn number 4. Side by side, shades of the race of champions a month ago. Frankie Barroso, Christian Meyer, who's going to win? It's going to be Frankie!
Frankie able to pull it out. Christian Meyer took a lead, but I think he made the move a little bit too early. He wasn't quite able to hold on to it, and Frankie Barroso came around and made it happen to win the feature race of Pro Spec Miata here at FARA.
Scoring has the margin of victory by 4/100ths of a second. It looked a lot closer than that, at least here from the tower. But Frankie Barroso, your defending Spec Miata champion, gets his first win of the season and denies Christian Meyer of the weekend sweep. What a finish to cap off Spec Miata.
Yeah, absolutely great finish. Exactly what we expect from Spec Miata. Close racing, bump drafting. This was the storybook Spec Miata race that we really could have asked for. So let's run through a couple more of the positions here. You know Frankie Barroso won with Christian Meyer in second. Todd Burris is going to end up third in the 169. Michael Fountain fourth in the 101. Mike Leo in the 68 will finish fifth. And Rob Bailey will finish sixth in the 74. Center Smith, we talked about it, fell back to 7th. Kalen Kinney in 8th. Joseph Saddington in 9th. Mark Kinley in 10th. Grayson Knoll in 11th. Macy Urso in that 58 in 12th. And Camden Brown in the 127 will round out your grid here, finishing 13th.
And that'll do it for the final race of the weekend for Pro Spec Miata. What a finish to end the Miami 500 Pro Spec Miata portion. But the action isn't done yet, folks. We got HPDE Beginner and Novice coming up momentarily. And then the final race of FARA's Miami 500 weekend, scheduled for 5:10. You got Formula FARA coming up in just a couple of minutes. Oh, that's going on.
we're getting ready to do Formula FARA.
All right, everybody, one more race to wrap up Miami 500 weekend, and that is Formula FARA. Let's read off the starting lineup before we go green. On pole, Cam Becker, who has swept every race so far. He's going to look to make it a perfect 100% win rate at the end of the checkered flag. Who can challenge him? Well, there's a couple here. You got the number 44 of Agustin Sepulveda. Sorry. In the number 44 Machine in second. In third, you got the number 6 of Matei Caceres. In fourth, you got the number 95 of Enzo V. Montiene. In fifth, the number 22 of Jared Oselka. Sixth, the number 8 of Cole Medero. Seventh, the number 45 of Mike Fatua. Eighth, the number 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. Ninth, the number 1 of Axel Roberts. And 10th, the number 82 of Chris Becker. 11th, the number 98 of Alexa Framusa. In 12th, the number 11 of Kevin Blanco. And rounding out the grid, Alexander Savage in the 33.
This was a great race earlier in the day, and I expect nothing less from our finale right now. A little bit of drama with some cars going off. We had to have one car taken off on a crane, unable to be towed off on a flat tow. But all the drivers were okay, which is the biggest thing. But we will see if this class gives us another show-stopping race, or if it's going to be a blowout. I couldn't tell you. I think it's going to be a close race. But knowing the way they've been racing and how close and how hard everyone has been trying to hit that next position, anything could happen here with 20 minutes on the clock.
Well, let's find out as the pace car heads down pit road, and the field in the hands of Cam Becker, who has dominated from start to finish. Does anyone have anything for him? They got one more shot to prevent the sweep. Can they do it? We'll find out right now. Green flags in the air. Let's go racing in Miami.
A little different scenario than what we saw in the first race. Augustine Sepulveda able to pull in and get into that second position in front of the number 6 of Maite Caceres. That was the move that allowed her to stay in second for the entirety of that last race. Held on to it. This time, though, Augustine able to slide in. The 6 of Maite Caceres now being hounded by the 95 of Enzo Vitamontien.
Top 3 right now going through, and the entire field going through. Heading off into turn number 6. Cam Becker being met by a little bit of pressure for Sepulveda going into turn number 6. And Sepulveda, he's now going to look to the inside of turn number 7. He's got a run on the 31. This is the closest we've seen the 31 and Cam Becker get tested so far. But the outside has not been kind to many drivers trying to take the lead. The 44 is going to tuck back in and have to wait at least another set of corners to try to take that top spot.
And we can see this top 5 starting to break away just a little bit. Cole Madero in the number 8. No, sorry, that's the 22 of Jared Oselka who has snuck by. That dark colored car at the back of the top 5. He is going to round it out as all of them make their way into turns 11. Looking clean so far, going through 12, 13, 14, and 15 on to the front straightaway. And Cam Becker is going to lead lap number 1.
This is the closest I've seen the field in any portion of the weekend. Cam Becker is not pulling away like we were expected to as Caceres dives into the inside of turn 2. Machine's going to have to abort that for now as the 44 survives at least one more corner to hold on to second.
Yeah, a good spot to make a move. I think it was an okay try. Smart to back out and avoid it. As
Whoa,
Becker
hold on,
runs
Becker.
wide.
Problems for the 31. That's going to allow the 44 to go into the inside. Cam Becker just went off, kicked up a little bit of dust, and we have a possible change for the lead. Yes, we do. Give the lead to the 44, Augustin Sepulveda.
Yeah, Cam just dropped the tires a little bit too much. Too hot through turn number 4. Couldn't hold it on the exit to turn 5. And Augustin Sepulveda was right there to jump on it. But Becker is going to try and strike back on the outside going into turn number 8. Can he hold it around the outside? It doesn't appear to be, as Augustin Sepulveda is going to hang on to the lead for at least one more straightaway.
The rest of the field is in shock as Cam Becker, for the first time all day, he has been challenged, and more importantly, he's been passed. But Becker, with a lot of speed going through turn number 10, trying to take that lead back from the 44.
Yeah, nowhere to go right now as the top 5 continuing to run nose to tail of this group here, exiting out onto the front straightaway. Now the 6 has a run on Becker. Will Maite Caceres make the move? She's up the inside, holding on. Trying to get to the inside first. She's going to, but can she hold it? She can. She's going to move into second place now as Becker back to third, the farthest back we've seen him this weekend.
Cam Becker all the way down into third. He is losing ground to the top 2. This is something we haven't seen at all, as he is now under threat from Enzo Vimontiene.
Yeah, the attacks are coming quick. They've seen some vulnerabilities now, and Becker is the prime target. Everyone trying to move forward little by little. Now the 6 moving up, trying to close the gap to the 44 of Sepulveda at the front. But Caceres a little bit slow on the exit of 6. That gap is going to extend. The 44 looking pretty safe into turn number 8.
Cam Becker, his weekend sweep is in jeopardy as he's fallen down to third, and he is actually in danger of possibly falling down to outside of the top 5.
Yeah, everyone in that group is hungry, looking to make moves. You see the noses darting around, trying to find where the space is for them to make a pass. Nothing open yet. As we go into turn 10, I don't think anyone's close enough. But things can change in a heartbeat in Formula FARA. We've seen a lot of errors going through there for the Formula cars this weekend. But this time, everyone gets through cleanly.
Here we go to complete another lap around the track. It is Augustin Sepulveda in the 44 leading the field, followed by Maite Caceres and Cam Becker rounding out the podium places. Enzo Vimontiene fourth, Jared Oselka rounding out the top 5. Then it's Rodriguez, Madero, Savage, Batua, and Chris Becker rounding out the top 10, and Axel Roberts, who thankfully he has been able to rejoin the race.
Yeah, that was the car that we had to have forklifted off earlier in race number 2. So glad to see they were able to get that car fixed and back on track. As we're looking down into turn number 6, pretty good gaps between all of our top 5. No one close right now. And we're 5 minutes into this session, 25% through. We'll see if anyone starts showing a little more patience now that they've gotten into the rhythm, or if the elbows are going to come out even more than what we've seen at the start of this race.
The gap between first and second was 0.8 of a second that last lap. We're a little closer to 0.9 of a second than anything. And Cam Becker 1.4 seconds back from the leader. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but first he's got to get by the 6.
Yeah, slowly creeping forward. You can see that gap closing between the 31 and the 6. Working their way through turn 11. This is such a tough spot to pass in, but a great spot to set up a pass into turn number 1. See if Becker can get a good run, maybe look to make a move. I don't think so. I think Caceres in the 6 had a great exit onto the front stretch. Going to be safe into turn number 1.
The gap closed just a little bit now. Now it's definitely within 0.8 between the 44 and the 6. Cam Becker now with the fastest lap of the race. 1.3 seconds behind the leader, Sepulveda.
Yeah, Sepulveda really putting their head down, looking forward, trying to hit those marks. This is the time to not make any mistakes. You've got a nice little buffer. You don't have to worry about any attacks from behind. Make sure you hit your marks, run that racing line, and be as fast as you can.
Looking at the battles throughout the pack, Daniel Rodriguez and Cole Medetto, that is the LC Racing duo. They ran into problems in the last time the Formula FARA cars came out on the track. You had the 8th car of Cole Medetto spin out, and then you had the 89 run into problems as well, coming on the pit road during a caution. But thankfully, so far, those 2 cars of LC Formula, they have done fairly well so far. No issues. They are running 6th and 7th.
Yeah, looking at them on the backstretch now, the top 3 have broken away from 4th and 5th. A big gap between Becker and Vito Montien in the 95. So now it's Jared Oselka attacking Vito Montien for the 4th position, but the top 3 slowly making their way away from those 2.
Sepulveda still comfortably in the lead. Right now his gap is still 8/10 as Cam Becker has lost ground as Caceres now is the fastest lap of the race. A 1:31.382 is the fastest among all drivers. No one's really close enough to make a move right now. The LC Racing duo separated by about 2 car lengths. Right now, the closest battle looks like it's between Mike Fatua and Alexander Savage. That would be for the 8th position.
Yeah, things starting to spread out and calm down here in the middle of the race. We'll see if anyone's able to find some extra pace, close some gaps, and make some more position changes. A little surprising, though. I think we were expecting Becker to be out in front at this point in the race, but a rough start for him puts him in 3rd. And he's got some work to do to work his way back up to the front.
Spin at turn number 9. 1 car is around. He's got it going. Jose says my mic isn't working. He said my mic isn't working.
This is bad. Oselka crossing the start-finish line, this time by as the teams come through.
Oh, we got 1 car spun.
And another car, the 89, is going to be spun. Daniel Rodriguez at the exit of turn number 14, off on driver's right.
Well, I guess... Daniel Rodriguez, Nick mentioned it, with problems in the number 89. That is back-to-back incidents for the number 89 of LC Racing. Daniel Rodriguez falls all the way to the back of the pack. He's in 11th. Meanwhile,
Glad he was able to get things going. That was a little bit of a precarious spot there. If he wasn't able to get moving again, possibly we'd see a full course caution. But that car is clear now, so we continue to go green flag racing from Homestead Miami Speedway with the Formula FARA cars. The 44 continuing to lead, but the 6 starting to close the gap a little bit there. A good run through the road course, and now Agustin Sepulveda has a little bit of pressure from the number 6 of Miata Caceres.
the gap now between them is 0.4 of a second. Cam Becker has not been able to close the gap. As a matter of fact, the 6 has pulled away from the 31. So Cam Becker, he's going to have to find something if he wants to have a shot once again at this win. But out front, Agustin Sepulveda leading the way. Mate Caceres with a hard charge in that 2nd spot.
Side-by-side action a little bit further back. Mike Fatua making his way around Alexander Savage, exiting turn 5 into turn 6. Alexander Savage going to fight back a little bit, but unable to reclaim the spot. So now we have Mike Fatua moving up into the 6th position. Looking back at our front cars, no changes there. The 44 followed by the 6 and the 31. 95 trailing a little bit behind. And there's the 8 of Cole Madero.
Yeah, Jared Oselka, he ran into problems early on in this race. He was running inside the top 5, but unfortunately problems for the 22 have dropped him down to 10th. As Enzo Vidmontene, kind of all by himself right now in the number 4 spot. Really no pressure in front to make a move, no pressure behind. Yeah, he's just sitting pretty right now in the 4th spot. Right now, the battle for the lead still at around 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, a little under 8 minutes to go now, so we'll start to see if anyone is going to push the limits, try and find a little extra time in these last couple of minutes and laps. But otherwise, all the gaps seem to be fairly safe for all of our drivers, except for that 6th position. I'm seeing Savage and Fatua going back and forth, going into turns 2 and 3 now.
Cam Becker now is the fastest lap of the race. Once again, a 1:31.244. He is still in 3rd, 1.3 seconds back, so he's closed the lead now by about 1/10, but he's going to need a lot more than that as we are more than halfway through this race.
Caceres in the 6th, looking like they found some time right on the back bumper of the 44 as they go up the banking on the backstretch. The 44 goes low to defend. The 6 will go high. Is there a way that they can make this work, or will they back out? They're going to go side by side down
Oh, that's
the hill.
risky, Nick. That's really risky.
Caceres backs out, and both are going to make it through, but now Caceres is in danger of the 31. Cam Becker suddenly has a position put in his lap that he may be able to take to move up the podium a step.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that move from Caceres. You had the run, I get that, but just tuck in behind. Again, making moves on the outside with these cars, really anywhere around the track, maybe besides downhill in turn 5. It is so risky to do that. So I did not agree with the idea of trying to sail it too wide through that set of corners. The risk versus the reward, in my opinion. Just as there is Caceres spins. We got an incident over in turn number 3. The 6 of Mate Caceres spins. Cam Becker goes into the grass as well. Enzo Vidmontene just claims the number 2 spot. Cam Becker and the 6 of Caceres run into problems, and Becker's going to lose another spot here to Cole Madero. But problems over by the Florida roller coaster. Wow. Mate Caceres just spun. I'm not sure if there was contact with Cam Becker, because Becker, he got pretty much locked behind the 6 and had to go into the grass to just continue on.
It did look to me like there may have been some contact going into turn 3. I think Becker thought about making a move, dove to the inside, and Caceres thought that it was going to be an opening. So maybe if we're able to see it on the replay, we can see a clearer picture. But the 6 is rolling again. Now they are looking to be okay. We'll see if they're able to get back up to race pace. It's now the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez is right behind them.
And that is heartbreaking for Mate Caceres. She has run a great day so far. Finished 2nd in the first race today. Was in position for another podium. And what we assume to be contact with herself and the 31 just threw that all away. And that pretty much just sealed the win for Augustine Sepulveda. Unless Enzo Vidmontene, who was 5.5 seconds back, can find another gear and challenge for this win. Cole Madero moves up into the 3rd position after having really battles in Winter Formula. He might end his day off with a podium here. And Cam Becker, he's on pit road right now.
Yeah, Cole Madero started in 8th position, moved all the way up to 3rd. It's only 5 positions, but don't forget, this is an 11-car field. Passed almost half the field now, thanks to some good opportunities and some hard charging. Looking at a spot on the podium with only Savage and Fatua behind him a good ways back. And they've been battling. Those two have not necessarily been playing nice and working together. So if they get side by side a couple more times, Cole Madero is going to be in a really safe spot to hold on to 3rd.
So that makes 4 out of the 11 cars now running into some sort of issues. Jared Oselka, Daniel Rodriguez, Mate Caceres, and Cam Becker. Becker, who won the first 2 races, started on pole, looked to be set in sail. Not the greatest start in the world for the 31, but was comfortably inside the podium places. And now, sitting on pit road, I mean, forget even a podium. He may not even finish the thing.
Yeah, it's going to depend on what the teams find after that contact. If the car's still drivable, may be able to go back out. But otherwise, it could be the end of the weekend. Now 17 minutes in, 3 minutes to go with the white flag waving.
White.
We're on our last lap. I just saw that. Did you see that?
Yep, I just saw that. So here we go. White flag is in the air one more time around for this field. One more time around here for the Miami 500. After an eventful final race of this Formula FARA Miami 500 weekend, it's going to come down to Agustin Sepulveda, who's been lurking through every single race, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. He didn't have it in race 1. He couldn't get it in race 2, but patience and third time being the charm, he's got it. And if he can hold on for just a few more corners, he will get his maiden victory of the season.
Working his way up onto the banking for the last time on the backstretch. Just the road course section to go. Agustin Sepulveda with a huge lead, half of the backstretch, cleanly down the back into turn 11.
Nice and smooth for Agustin Sepulveda. Jalen, if you're watching this, your favorite number is going to victory lane. Checkered flag is out, and Agustin Sepulveda wins race 3 for Formula FARA.
Enzo Vidamatien will finish second after a very fortunate gift. And third, Cole Madero crosses the line. Patience, some good luck, and keeping his nose out of trouble from 8th to 3rd. A great race for the number 8.
We had a battle here for side by side. It looked like between, I think it was Jared Oselka and Chris Becker. Becker will take the 7th spot. And how about Cole Madero finishing on the podium? He spun lap 1 of race number 3 earlier today. So to go from a spin to now sitting on the podium, that is a great story there for Cole Madero. So a few more cars to finish the race, including Daniel Rodriguez in the 89. He will come across the stripe to take the 9th spot. And I don't see Casetas or Cam Becker out on the track, so they will not finish this race. Wow, what a finish to the weekend.
Yeah, that was an incredible way to end things with racing. The 20-minute session here was nothing but fireworks from start to finish. We had lots of passes, especially early on. Some surprises, some new names meeting a spot on the podium. Great stuff from Formula FARA.
And that's going to do it for us here up in the tower. Alongside Nick, I'm Armani DePaul. Thank you guys so much. We will see you guys in just a few weeks, February 7th through the 8th. We have FARA, the Winter Grand Prix here at Homestead Miami Speedway. It's going to be Formula, HPDE, and Drift. So a few series here out on the track, but it should be a thriller nonetheless. That'll do it for us here, folks. Thank you guys so much. There's still one more session. We got one more HPDE beginner and advanced, and then that'll wrap it up. But thank you guys so much, whether you're here at the track with us or watching on the FARA USA YouTube channel. It has been a pleasure. Everyone, have a good night.